Good to have you back, everybody. So, jumping back into some more pack dev stuff, I spent last night working on quite a lot of ideas. Maybe, of course, into the late morning. I spent a lot more time than I probably should have last night. It was yet again up till 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm not getting a lot of sleep, but that's okay. I'm used to it. I mean, honestly, before I was doing this gig, I was not getting any sleep anyways. So I'm kind of used to it. But today I want to jump back in and we're going to start working on more recipe stuff. That's at least the goal. So coming up with more recipe ideas, and I'm going to show you some of the cool ones that I thought about last night. Figuring out custom items and custom processing of said items. I think I'm going to move away from the custom blocks. I did get custom blocks kind of working last night, but they don't work at the same time. They're very wonky, and there's also a lot of like weird stuff that doesn't work right with them.
Keeping up my subscription though.
Yeah. Anyways, there's all kinds of craziness. Cosmopolitan, thank you for the 9 months. Wow, with the tier 2. I do appreciate that. Sorry, the resub for 9 months with the tier 2, but have been subbed for 19 months. That's probably the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen Twitch display it like that. Thank you, Cosmopolitan, dude. I appreciate you. It's probably because of the tier 1 sub, right? And then switching to the tier 2. Do appreciate that. Alex, thank you for the Prime sub as well. Welcome in. And Minecraft Vet, dude, with the 14 months and the kind words. Appreciate that. And yeah, no problem about not being around. Today's Saturday is the time of this stream, and this is kind of I haven't streamed on a Saturday in a long time, but there are going to be these next few Saturdays are going to have it. The Vault Hunters launch is going to be on a Saturday, so we're going to be streaming on Saturdays. Like I got to get used to it. But yeah, anyways, jumping back into the custom blocks. So I made this and I got it to work. I got the code to work. I can't get it to face. I can't get the properties to work, and then also the break texture. No matter what I tried, I couldn't get the break texture to change. I spent a long time working on this, but then there's also this issue with the way I made the model. Yeah. Anyways, we're gonna scrap that. And so what I've done instead.
Happy
Saturday to you as well, Thor. Ragnarsson, welcome in. Thank you for the 4 months with that Prime. What I did instead, what I decided to do, was go with the Warden Plushie mod. I went with the Plushies mod. I had this in Chosen's Modded Adventure. I loved it. It's a cute little mod. I think this works better. We may have to modify some of the properties of these plushies just to make sure that they can't be exploded or anything like that. I mean, they're going to have EMC values. The goal is that these will have EMC values, right? So today we're going to work on recipes. We're going to try and hopefully get a better setup for doing these recipes. So that way it's easier for us to make these recipes, because by doing them by hand is pretty hard. So I'm thinking about utilizing JavaScript and being able to set an array and then set values based on the position of the things that are inside of the array. And then using the things that are inside of the array as the variables for the position of the items, and we'll set it up so that way each individual position takes a different letter inside of the build. I'll explain more whenever we get this all pulled up. I was just thinking of like what would be an easier way for me to build these recipes instead of doing them all by hand, and I feel like that would probably be a good method. So yeah, it's all about learning, and I'm learning a bit more. I know a little bit of JavaScript, like I said, but I'm not super fluent in it. I'm not the best. So, I mean, if I can do it, you can do it. So we'll figure it out. If it works, it works. Yeah. So let's go ahead and dive back into this. Let's get all of our, I guess, workspace set back up. We need to definitely dive into the KubeJS folder. I also want to grab the position of this folder, so that way I can add that to this. I can go into folder, open folder, place my position. There we are. View, sidebar, show sidebar. Perfect. There's all of our configs ready to go again. And then as far as KubeJS goes, we need to load up our server scripts today. We're going to be dealing a lot with recipes and adding recipes. So first things first in this. So this is how recipes are built. JS is annoying. It's no different than anything else I've played around with. So this is what our setup is currently. Now what we can do is we can set like a variable inside of this. And I was looking. So yeah, we could do like warden plushie. And so inside of this, we can say constant. I want to see how this would work. Oh, actually, I want to do this on something new. Like these are already defined. Let's maybe down here, we'll go constant. And then let's just do B. I don't know what the name of it's going to be, but we'll make B equal. And this will equal our array. And we're going to have that listed in here in a moment. This is the code, by the way, to execute the event. And I'm pretty sure, like, if we wanted to use a variable in these positions, sorry, we would actually need to use a variable. I'm trying to think how I would define that. It's gonna be a little bit of a thinking process for me. But yeah, we'll come back to this in a moment. But essentially, I want this to be the positions of the array. And then this will automatically define, because the array will be printed out from the top left to the top right, and then it goes to the next line inside of our inventory. It goes like from here to 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 here, and then we can set those. This is not a big deal. We'll see how it works. But anyways, welcome in everybody. So I want to show you a couple of the things that I set up last night, because this is kind of setting up for ultimately what is going to take place. So we're going to have these early, we're going to have 9 of them, I think, as of right now. 9 of these plushies is the goal. So this is the warden plushie. To get the warden plushie, you need to have gone through the deeper and darker mod. Not a whole lot. Like, you have to get into the dimension, but you don't have to really do anything crazy in the dimension. You don't have to like get the final item. Yeah, they're a item. Okay. Shift. No, it would be like, can't we assign a variable? Like generate a callable or a reusable variable. I'm trying to think. No, that would be that whole list. I don't know. I'll think about it more here in a second. It was easier when I wasn't streaming, when I was thinking about it earlier, and now I've completely dumped it. But anyways, warden plushie. This one we already set up. Technically, we had it set up to a head, but I reset it to a plushie. And then we also have the dragon. Now, the dragon is going to require a couple of interesting items, and I did go through and I hand selected these based on what I thought was some stuff that was related to the actual plushie himself, while also keeping in mind of the mods that are actively in the pack and giving a reason to craft some of these things. So, dragon plushie. Of course, the dragon head. Gotta have it. Infused dragon's breath, which requires you to go through the infusion process of apotheosis to be able to get this. This the only way to get this is through the crafting tables with that. It may be too complicated for this item, but I want these to be like, here's your adventure through the mods. And then we're going to do some further processing for EMC. These items are going to be used in the processing of future items. So, Dragon Head. The Magic Bane. It may seem weird, but hear me out. The Magic Bane. The Slayer of Dragon. I'm just going to put it there. The Magic Bane will be in here for right now. This may change. Of course, a Dragon Egg. And that should be more than easy to do. And then Dragon Legs with Sauce. Are the plushies like trophies? Not exactly. They will have EMC values that will be way more than the current items that exist inside of them. So they will be an automatable way. Well, minus a couple of things, which we're going to have to figure out too. Dragon Legs with Sauce. Yeah, this is this item right here. So this is interesting. put it back in the barrel here. We'll talk about this in a second. But yeah, dragon's leg with sauce. There's your dragon leg. Of course, that makes total sense being a part of that recipe. Plus it also means you need to get into the cooking portion. There's a lot of cooking stuff also added in here because we do have farmer's delight. Ender core, the core of Ender, that makes sense, and it also gets you into Powa. Draconic core means you have had to kill the dragon and gone through a little bit, at least to Wyvern tier of Draconic. Not too hard to get that. Not too bad. This is actually your prerequisite for getting into Draconic versions of things. The ethereal, so this right here, immune to suffocation and elytra damage. This also is very end related and also contains cyclic items. It's not super difficult to make. Like, none of this stuff is going to be like insanely difficult. No chaotic core, not for this item. No, not for this item. Maybe in a draconic infusion recipe that we might include. But there we go. That's the dragon plushie. Like I said, these things are not meant to be that insanely hard to get. You're going to get through these anyways. The wither plushie, for example, tinted glass, right? A wither builder, an everlasting upgrade, which is a nice little requirement for some nether stars. Witherless rose, you know, some of the things that help you fight this thing. Also a wither charm, which is another wither protection. And then also a wither glyph, meaning you have had to have gotten into production of at least some sort of essences from ours. Will the EMC, some of the items have stay? Yes. 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 EMC, if EMC is on an item, it will most likely still be a part of the item. Yeah, that's not an issue. Like the dragon egg having, that's not a problem. The value of this item will be more than this current thing is. I still don't know fully if I should keep tinted glass. That's just a placeholder for right now. I've not built these recipes. This was just an idea. If you guys have better ideas, I'm so down to listen to you guys. And we may even include some compressed block variants, because this one right here, you may notice, is an axolotl. It's meant to be the axolotl. The idea of it was meant to be the mining one. So all of these are based around adventure, the adventure aspect, right? So the warden plushie, adventure. The bee plushie, let's get into this one. The bee plushie is adventure. I still may replace the crystalline. This is the only thing that makes this not really, I mean, none of this is really automatable, to be fair. This will have EMC values though. This requires you to go through the progression of the Bumble Zone. So we have the Windy Air, which is a trade from the Queen Bee. We have the Crystal Cannon, which requires some of the active items inside, or I think you might be able to loot this. I know the bee can trade it. Then of course a Pollen Puff, which I'm probably going to replace the Pollen Puff with compressed honey blocks. And then a Stinger, which is something that you can technically get from the Queen Bee, but technically you can't even access the Queen Bee until you've gone through the like little dungeon that was really fun to do. That's related to bees. So, and these will all have quest lines, I think. Yeah, Pollen Puff, I think I'm going to swap to the compressed, a 5 times or a 4 times compressed. One of these. Still don't know yet. Probably maybe a 4 times compressed or a 3 times. As of right now, I have 3 times compressed on a lot of things, but I think we'll have to do more testing to know what feels right when in that regard. So let's actually do. Let's set that to, and this will be fun because we have this has EMC, so don't feel like this is wild or anything. This has an EMC value, technically, because its base is honey bottles to craft it. So honey bottles, bam, you have, it's just an EMC grind. It's an EMC craft. And this is the late game stuff. You don't even have to do any of this if you don't want to. Right? None of this is required. Nobody has to play it or anything. All right, what else? So we need to get this inside of our craft here. So this was the pollen puff, right? I'm going to replace this with that item. Okay, perfect. That should work. Man, who would have thought I need more? Hubris says, wow, that looks cool. It is pretty neat. It's going to be neat. It's going to be fun. The idea is it's going to be fun. That's what the idea is about. Right? Okay. So let's also talk about some of the other ones. So we have an evoker plushie. The evoker plushie is going to be related to the progression through the trial chambers mod that's in here. A little bit of magic and sorcery. And that is going to be the requirement. You're going to need a Archmage spellbook set up. And you should be good. The Withered Death Mufflers. One way to Vault Hunters. I know, I'm trying to get this done so I can have something to play there and then also play Vault Hunters. Is this going to be actual coding? Or that step has been done and missing the recipes and twerking? What do you mean actual coding? Are you talking about this? It is JavaScript, but it's not. Anyways, so the pig. I thought this was kind of funny. The pig plushie contains food, right? Because everyone's a big porker, okay? We're all big old pig inside. But the pig contains everything except for pig. Everything except for pig. So we have hoglin. It's not a pig, it's a hog, right? We have stuffed chicken, roast chicken. Shepherd's pie, which is lamb. Whole crab, which is crab. And then we have rice rolled medleys, which is fish. And then we have a couple of create things, the sweet rolls and the chocolate glazed berries for the pig, which I think is hilarious. And this is a cooking adventure one. This is built around the adventure of cooking. Can't wait to see what this one's about. This one's going to be a little bit more in depth. This is me, this is my adventure through understanding the game a bit more. This is more than just throwing mods in. The twist of these contain no pigs, kind of nice, not gonna lie. Yeah, I like the idea of it not having any pig related. I mean, I'm still debating on the hog. I love the hog, but it'd be even funnier if there was just nothing at all related to a pig in here. Like, you may think ham should be in here, but no. No. We're not killing pigs in this. All right. Then we have the Elder Guardian plushie, which is going to require Guardian Soup, a slab of Elder Guardian, which you have to get from killing the Guardians, a conduit, Scepter of Water Infusion, Antimatter, Evaporator, which is funny, and then the Water Breathing Charm, a Diving Helmet, which doesn't require much. Like, not all of these items require much. And then we have the Sniffer plushie, which is, by the way, there's 9 of these. This one is going to be built around, as of right now, because we don't have any custom items technically in there. We have the Friend Pottery Sherd. We have the Heart Pottery Sherd. Getting a Sniffer Egg. The Pitcher Pod, Pitcher Plant, Moss, Torch, all of these things. All of these things have EMC except for the brush technically. So this one still may change. To something in relation to this. Probably some other items are going to be included here, but that was just for right now. And I think that's it. That's 1, 2, 3. The axolotl plushie, by the way, 9 times compressed clay. It's a lot of EMC, right? It's an EMC for the axolotl plushie. And then we have a bunch of these minuscule compressed blocks. It's really nothing in the grand scheme of EMC. Are you thinking of adding notorious mechanics? Notorious mechanics? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. And yeah, welcome in, Ofik. I was today's years old when I learned that a pig and a hog were different. They are different. They're different animals. Hogs are crazy. They also have tusks. Hogs have tusks. Okay. So what I want to figure out when it comes to just getting these recipes implemented is how I'm going to do this. So I can have a constant set for like be Plushie. And I just, in this list, I need to call for the position of the array. And then to do that, I would need to make I would need to do like let. Would we use let? Yeah. We just need to define the, actually, yeah. This will be pig plushie list. Is what I'm going to call this. Pig plushie list. And then let be, and then we would say equals, trying to make sure I get this right. We need to call our, no, we would need a. This would need to be contained within each of our events. That way we keep them constrained within the function here. I'm assuming that's how that works. It's been a while since I've done this. This is where I'll have to define each one of these. I bet there's a for loop I could probably do for this. And then it's, let's copy this into a new, so I'm not breaking this code. Did I already have this done? Oh, I already did that. Oh yeah, I was already working on this. Okay, so this is the new one. Okay, yeah. All right, so we're good. We're already doing what we need to do. Generally, you should avoid recursion. Yeah. Okay. So this is saying, so these are like little things that I don't know. And this, like, hear me out. I'm new to definitely coding. So this is telling me that you can't put the variable inside. Okay, so we'll have to have like separate variables for each. Okay, let's build, I guess, then a base. How would I do that then? You can use the dictionary below for the recipe input. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to take a array, which is auto-generated from our inventory, and have it auto-fill this, for example, because this will be A, B, this position will be C, this will be D, this will be E, F, G, H, I. And so essentially what I want to do is take the position in the array and set it to this, like have this auto-generated here. So this would be A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and then I would just, I guess right here would be where I would need those variables to then be called. I mean, it's not that hard. Actually, can't I just, no, I would have to have, yeah, I could just set it up here. It does need to be within the server events, or can it does it need to be outside of server events? I'd have to do this for each recipe though. So for example, we have, this is the example that the W3 gives, but let's just avoid this for right now. This would be the ID of the, for example, Plushie, like whatever Plushie we're planning on using. Let's see if my small brain can figure this out. Right? And then if we wanted to call this, we would then go, it would have to be in quotes, Plushie dot index of, right? It'd be index of, and this, for example, would be 0. But that's not right. What is this weekend stuff? How's it going, Tech? I don't know. I decided to I've got to get this pack up and running. I'm on a very like thin deadline that I've set for myself. Oh, that's right. We'd have to define the variable because we can't just call a variable. Okay. How is this being done elsewhere? Let me take a look at example scripts maybe. Let me ask good old ChatGPT, right? I learned so good off of examples. Does what I sent you help? Let me look, my dude. Is that how you define? So what you sent looks very much like Python. It's not. I guess that they were both similar, right? I should look into Truly Modular. It's pretty underrated. Let's see what ChatGPT comes up with, so it gives me a better description of defining how it works. Yeah, it's not helpful, but I know how this is defined. Because you have to define the pattern. Where are you defining in the pattern in that code? What's the Minecraft version for the Modpack? 121.1. I explained in like the first devlog why we are not using 120.4. The pattern is... Oh, I see it. It just Discord didn't format it like right. Let me copy this real quick. This was what you put in here. Create recipe. This is where we would define our recipe, and then this is where we would put our list. And this needs to go inside of the... Okay, so this... Are you making a pack? Yeah. Man, I wish I had the ability to just do this. One of these days. Because I'm having a hard time understanding what this is doing. This is pulling the index. So this would be what goes here and takes the place. And this calls the function. And it can't call the event right now because... So this would be... This would be the event that gets called, and then this is the item. Okay, I think I'm understanding now. Wow, that is actually insane. Okay. So if this works, which it should, that's... Thank you, OFEC. Holy smokes. It's all learning, right? It's all learning for me. So for example, I have the dragon plushie. I will say KubeJS hand, dragon plushie. This is after I, of course, remove the recipe, which I still have to do. I would just go dragon plushie and then build my list. The way I do that is by putting the items in my inventory like this. And it should follow. It should use this. I'm still gonna have to modify it a little bit, but it should use this. And then I just replace this with the one it generates. Okay, there's the stone. Whatever that is. Doesn't belong there. There's that recipe. And then that should use this function to generate the code. That's sick. Okay. It's just wild you can do all of this with KubeJS. Also, I think I need to set priorities, I think, in the top of the directory within KubeJS. I don't know if that's a big deal or not. For example, the remove recipes needs a higher priority. Fingers crossed it works. Yeah. I need to remove this too. You Discorded me? Okay. If it helps, you can format it like this. Oh, to be able to see the code better. Yeah, technically this whole thing could be formatted differently to make it easier to visualize. So if anybody wants to look at this to use this code in the future, if they're making their own pack. The good thing about JS is white space is kind of irrelevant. Yeah. Okay. So that is done on that one. And then I would just add a new one to continue on. Okay. That's pretty sick. Okay. So let's add it to the remove list because I got to remove its base recipe. And I can do that with our other KubeJS script, which allows us to add it here, and it just runs that one line. So much easier. Let's actually go ahead and remove all of the items. So we need the dragon, we need this removed. Bro, I am... You're wrecked. I'm not having it right now. right, this one. You could probably use regex plushies. I don't want to remove every plushie. If I could just do @ and then the mod name, it would remove every plushie, but I don't want all plushies to be removed. Just dump your entire inventory. Oh yeah, true. I don't know why I didn't do that. That's too late now. Actually, this is just, yeah, I can do entire inventory. Okay. Wither. Evoker. No, that's pig. Evoker. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I needed 9 of them at least. So we got all that. Let's use this beautiful code again. It's so nice to be able to do this.
Seems like I forgot to resublo.
Hey! Toast with cheese! Thank you for the 10 months. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. This makes this process so much easier because it is a very tedious process to add these recipes in. Very tedious. We haven't really seen if it works actually. I probably should actually check if it's working. Let's save this. Save. I should probably make sure it works before we go any further. I would assume it works. It's not gonna be any errors, but I should never assume when it comes to coding anything, especially when I'm not the most fluid in it. I never claimed I was. I've learned a little bit over the years. All right, so we got an error. All right, what do we got? On line 4, unable to cast key input item, plushie, bubble zone, flower. This is, did I mess something up in the... Oh, I did not mean to have that. Oh, I did put an index of, didn't I? There should only be 2 recipes. This recipe and this recipe. This recipe is not actually a recipe. Yeah, I didn't delete the old recipe that I was playing around with. Ugh. You've never played with a new Draconic Evolution. It's pretty cool. It is pretty fun. They made the dragon crazy hard. I'm going to have to see what we can do about that. Hey, no errors. So we should have a recipe for the dragon. Hey, look. And it's in the order. That is so good. That makes that so easy. Ah, thank you, Ovec. I do appreciate that. Thank you guys in chat. Random thought I had. I was watching your day 1 VOD a minute ago. Has anyone made a mod pack where you start with a large amount of EMC and made the goal to get to 0, but only allowed you to put items in, but not take them out through the traditional means. Only allowed to put items in, but if you put items in, it takes your EMC, or it gains EMC. I don't know how that works. You saying like have it do the opposite effect? Like when you put items in, it removes EMC? I don't know. That'd have to be like, I don't know if KubeJS could do that. I don't know how that would work. But you're actively trying to get to 0? That sounds wild. That's pretty cool. Don't get me wrong. All right, we need, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 more. One, two, 3. 4, 5, 6. Don't know about you, but this helps me see it better. All right. So this will be that plushie, wither plushie. And then we can go ahead. That's so nice. Oh, the actual process of doing this the other way, absolute nightmare, man. Absolute nightmare. Oh, that's so nice. That means we can just build our recipes like this in our inventory. I think I was talking to somebody the other day about that. You upgraded from Sublime? Oh, Sublime is what I use for general editing. Not for JS or Python. I'm not going to use Sublime. I'll use this. The syntax highlighting and everything just feels better in VS Code to me. I don't know why. Everybody has their own preferences. Okay, that one's done. Time for the piggo. Then we got to come up with like, what's the EMC values going to look like for this? You know, what is an EMC value going to look like? There's also an extension in here for JS. All right, let's get that one in. Welcome to making a mod pack where most of your time is going to be literally spent inside of a text editor. I bet nobody's seen that one coming. Nobody's seen that coming. Got him. If you define the function, oh yeah, there's a recipe to what, exchange a recipe. It's just best for me to probably remove. My remove script is very simple to do. I just essentially define remove items as the constant, and then we for loop over the items that are in the array. We're also doing the same thing for removing items from JEI, but that's only for specific items that get moved out of JEI. You never trust array for each. Am I doing something wrong? It should work in this case for each item. I guess it would throw an error if the item didn't work. God, I can only imagine. You got to remember, you're like when anybody talks about anything related to coding, good practices for coding, anything like that, you're talking to a toddler right now. Okay, I'm like in infant stage. You all were there too at one point, but you all were there at one point. Got to start somewhere. Yeah, I'm not too bad. At least I can somewhat read code, read what it's doing, kind of. Which you think I'd be more well versed. The amount of hours that I spent in the Python course, that CS50 Python course, but no, nope. This is the recipe that might get changed here. Probably going to require compressed moss, but also needs to require some items that aren't EMCable. We'll look at that here in a minute. If you guys have any ideas, what do you have in mind when you think of like sniffer? This would be like overworld exploration. So we can have a bunch of different items. We can have a compressed diamond block in this, maybe. No, that's in my other one. There can be anything. Anything that's fun to automate that involves like a sniffer. Don't say your mom. Don't. You were thinking it. I know you too well, Chet. Oh no. Tech hit me with your mom. Dang it. Hit me with the hoe. Fine, you're dead. Oh god. I don't know if that one's better. All right, that one is done here. Some decorative items. We'll keep that in mind. All of these are subject to change. So, like, it was 3 o'clock in the morning when I was coming up with these. So bear with me. Wife was like, "Are you coming to bed yet?" I'm like, just 5 more minutes, Mom. 5 more minutes, please. Like, okay. I've really been focusing too much on this. Rooted dirt can be a part of the stiffer recipe. Rooted dirt. There's that one. That worked. That worked. That worked. That worked. 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 Maybe a lodestone or respawn anchor? For like the sniffer? There's not a lot of create stuff. So going through the like list of things. Trying to think of like what other things, because I do think the weakest link here is definitely the sniffer. For one, it's EMCable, and we don't want every item in the list to be EMCable. Because we want this to be used to, I'll be automated for one, but to also generate a big lump sum of EMC for late game. Robot can be a part of a recipe. We don't have to stick with a sniffer in either. There's always, we can always switch it to some other mob maybe. I was trying to think of like mobs that went around with adventure, because this is the adventure section of the like pack. The idea, the adventure section idea. A horse or donkey? I just don't know how a horse or donkey would. Unless maybe there's like some overworld structures. Place is in a different position. That's interesting. Have you decided if you're gonna add like a custom item like the ATM star or the Ginny doll? I don't know yet. I did play around with adding blocks and stuff, and I ended up adding this. Like I made my own block and model and everything. I did figure out how to use models in the process of this, how to set my own custom like bounding box, but it's also like kind of broken. And also the textures don't, yeah. And the warden head had the original recipe of the warden plushie, but I decided to forgo it because the block builder is very wonky. It seems like, I don't know, I just don't understand it enough. We can make simple blocks, so when they have models associated with them, it seems like all sorts of things get messed up. Like when you break it, the missing textures. There is a particle field though. That's the thing that I didn't understand. I even set its own particle texture, but for some reason there is a missing texture in here. I don't know what that's from. And it does some weird culling stuff. I don't know. There's a whole lot of weird stuff going on. Anyways, but yeah, we can definitely add items. Items are easy. Items are easy. That I have no problem with. That's just like the blocks are a little bit more complicated. Hour late again. Nice warden head there. Oh, not great. All right, still trying to figure out. You know what? How about the sniffer? How about we make the sniffer require RFTools dimension travel? Maybe some rare essence in here? You only get this from the dimensions. Should we like 2 rare balls? Like, the legendaries can be very hard to find. They really can. The commons are pretty common. The rares are also pretty common. And they're found at night. Sounds interesting. I think so too. Maybe instead of the shards. We can still have a shard. Thinking. 2 of the each in the first corners. I mean, there's all kinds of other plushies. Is there any plushie that would go better with the idea of dimensional travel? Yeah, shulkers can teleport, right? Honestly, making the item for the final. Oh, it's yeah, the trowel. It's not a star, but it's a trowel. Oh yeah, I could use the tag for the shirts. True. Instead, that would be actually a lot better, wouldn't it? We could make it the goat. You know what? You know what? The goat Because I mean, honestly, the whole idea of the sniffer kind of meh. Because RF Tools Dimensions is the GOAT. Every goat horn? No, I'm not doing that. The pig plushie should be 7 compressed pork chop blocks. You know what? What's funny, Tech, is the pig plushie is one of them. It's everything except for pig. It's everything except for pig. You got chicken, you got lamb, crab, fish, and hog, but no pig. And then your sweets. What about rabbit instead of hog? I mean, I went with I just wanted people to be able to craft this thing because I think this is a really interesting thing to craft. What? This will be in reference to FTB's Quantum Goat. The Quantum Goat. I'm assuming this can be any goat. Yeah, horn. What about AE2 Singularity? Oh yeah. I didn't have this required for anything. Instead of like the legendary. Man, we should have the crown for the pig plushie. An echo shard? Well, we have an echo plushie already. We have a warden plushie. There's dimensional shards. We could have it be infused enderpearls or infused diamonds. Ooh, you know what? There is the teleporter. Dimensional cell? We could make it require a dimensional shell. A chaos shard. And we can change the name of these. They don't have to say goat plushie. That's another thing. We can change the name and then we'll probably add a description to each of these items. My chat has divulged into madness. I'm excited to be able to go into dimensions. See, you can generate a ton of EMC with the dimension here, because you can just learn like raw ore blocks. They have EMC values. Like just do raw ore gold or something, or uranium. Generate a whole world filled with spheres of uranium. It's for like EMC for days. Mine it all out. Turn it into EMC. Maybe you can take one from each dimension, emerald. Yeah, because this could be the middle. Take one item from each dimension, like emerald or nether, right? Chorus flower. Are there more dimensions in this pack? There's the Bumble Zone. There's let's see, the Bumble Zone, the deeper, darker dimension. That's it for right now. There's not really many other options. This isn't necessarily a big adventure tech based mod pack. There's adventure in it, but it's not the primary focus. Stargates are not in here, no. But we do have a portal mod that is in here. And ArfTools dimensions, where you build your own dimensions. Is that Nether Star from the Cyclic mod? Yes, the Soulstone. Concentrated Essence from the Totem of Undying. No, Forbidden Arcanus is not in this pack, but we could potentially add it. I just don't know how. What are the items that can store XP? The XP crystal. Yeah. Which mod has shulker boats? That's funny. That's utility X. Trying to think of another item that would be related to the goat. I mean, there's a horn, but that's used in the goat trophy. What did you miss? Not too much. For the goat, there's some type of fur you could use. Fur. Think so. I mean, I am running calculations in my head so fast right now, trying to come up with like, what's an item? It just needs a building gadget in here because that's a goat. That's the goat. This is where we put the trowel. I don't think I did anything with Ludicrite. But a knockback book. Oh, good God. We also didn't do a whole lot with, I don't have a whole lot of create items required for this. Compressed snow? It has EMC. Oh, it utilizes... Wait, it utilizes that snow? Change the recipe to snowballs. Changing the recipes in this is a big thing, though it is a pain. Charge snowball. I actually don't mind charge snowball being the thing. We don't have to have rare either. I feel like that it can become a hassle to grind for those things. So maybe 2 more things right here, but keeping the common dimensional still requires you to at least go there. Shoot snowballs, chills enemies on strike. Lobs harmful snowballs. That's actually doesn't seem bad. Maybe we can go with 1. Let's see. This requires a frozen core. This does 2. This is more complicated to make. Also doesn't have EMC, which is great because we don't really want these to contain a lot of EMC. Yeah, this requires the other. That's fine. That's perfect. Okay. Let's see. Anything else goat related? Bucket with powdered snow? No. That's cringe. Sorry, that was cringe me saying that. Are goat horns? Yeah, the goat horns used in the trophy. The goat trophy. So they're related to quantum goats. There is wireless power. Wireless transmission of something. Energy nodes? Ender chest? Quantum entangle porter. This will be the quantum goat. Would it be better if we had 2 entangled singularities on each side? We just had entangled singularities. Like this will be what would we call this? Porker? Dungeon master? Trial master? Quantum GOAT, yeah, goat. No, I like the glacial staff. I like requiring 4 different items. Oh boy.
Hi, how are you today, Chosen?
Tired. I'm actually waiting. I'm waiting for coffee at 1 p.m. I don't know if my wife was up. She also stayed up with me. We were up till like 3 o'clock in the morning. Very late. Very late. Okay, so this is probably what we're gonna do. We'll change this from the sniffer to the goat. And then we should be good. There's nothing we should really have to worry about here. Okay. That should work. Thank you for that hydrate, by the way. So that seems like a pretty well-rounded like setup of plushies. Now I need to figure out what I'm going to do with them. This is where like custom items will probably be involved. Because it's all good and well coming up with this. The Fluff, thank you by the way for that 100 bits. Appreciate that. And IDC with another 127 bits. Thank you so much as well. Thank you for throwing all those nickels and dimes at my face. Appreciate you. And another 100 bits. Oh, Oh, good God. Oh, that's a weird idea. There we go. You wanted third? Oh, that's right. It is a reset, isn't it? Oh, good God. All of them would create the chosen plushie. I would have to make a custom model, I think. Okay, so all of those. There's all 9. Now, I didn't check if the plushies mod has loot pools, like if they drop somehow. I think they might also drop, so I'm going to have to probably remove those loot pools. Let's go into mods, plushies. It would be underneath data, plushies, loot tables, blocks. A lay plushie. I'm confused if this Minecraft block rolls 1 bonus rolls. Is this to be able to pick it back up? Custom song request? Okay, I'll get that. It's in the blocks folder. Yeah. I was just making sure it doesn't have like a drop from mobs loot pool, which I don't see. Yeah. Just for mining. Okay. All right, then we should be good. That's super simple. So, what do we want this to turn into? A custom item? And then how do we want it to turn into that custom item? I think it'd be fun to have because these will all have EMC values, by the way. Have it done with create through mechanical crafting. Sounds like a really fun idea. And like only done through that method. And it's only a 3x3, but you would have to have it constantly rolling. And then the item that it produces, right, then gets used in a processing line. I just got to figure out how we want this to be crafted. So this item generates from a create crafter, right? It uses this. then we want it to jump into the next item. This will be a custom item. The log, yeah. So we have those. They get turned into whatever custom item we end up making, whether it's like the adventure singularity or something like that. Some sort of singularity texture. All right, by the way, here's that song. While I think about this, classic rock, Iron Goat defeating the evil Taskmaster. Why does that hit so hard, man? It just doesn't need to do that.
Dusty plains lost in dreams, iron goat with eyes that gleam, Roman shadows anger rid, Taskmaster spitting dread, chains up from souls tied down, twisted feel bodies drown, weights of steel.
Dang, that's too good.
Iron goat breathing lid, rise up iron goat strong and brave, against the whispers of the nave, defend the light, crush the dark, be the fire, be the spark. Oh! Marching on through the haze, evil laughs through the maze.
We're doing it.
Thunder
Yes.
echoes iron will.
Yes.
Taskmaster waiting
Yes.
still.
Yes.
Eyes of
Yes.
fire, heart of stone, iron coat laced with bones.
I'm giving it a use.
Shadow skies in the night where anger flies. Rise up iron goat strong and brave, against the whispers of the nave. Defend the light, crush the dark, be the fire, be the spark. Rise up iron goat strong and brave, against the whispers of the nave. Defend the light, crush the dark, be the fire, be the spark, be the spark. Be the fire, goat strong and brave.
Each progression, the EMC will get significantly more and more. Yeah, this song is pretty sick.
Lost in night, be the spark. Be the spark. Be the spark.
This could be one of the final processes. It is going to be a process, though. So... Dang! Doesn't deserve to be that good. Dang. Yeah, that riff was good. Holy smokes. Doing a silly line recipe with create. That might be one of the processes. I don't know how exactly we'll go about doing that. You know, though, yeah, I'll have to figure that out. That's a whole, I think we'll have to use, there's a KubeJS thing for that. That requires all kinds of texture work. We'll have to see how that is done. Do you have to have a custom item for each step? I don't know. But yeah, there's the other one. That one was so good. I want to hear the other one. Okay. So I'm trying to think of the processes that we have that we could send these items through. So there's a Rs imbuement. There's a crafter recipe. We can do like an enchanting apparatus recipe that requires, so we can take all of this and let's say the first thing we do, this is crafted in here. We do an enchanting apparatus, right? Enchanting apparatus. This will contain all of the essences. I don't know why this is how my mind thinks, but it is right now. I hate that does that. That inventory desync stuff. Okay, and that's going to have our custom log. And surrounded by it, I feel like we're missing them. Oh, I am missing them all. That's 7. That seems good to me. So this custom item will then get converted into that custom item. Let's actually rename these real quick. Fine. Okay. So next we'll have our input of our next product. Now I got to figure out what task we have this do. Those are sick. Have it be turned into an ingot. Archium ingot. Wait, what? Archium ingot. Archium ingot. Archidium ingot. Architectium ingot. It'd be cool if each one of these are actual blocks that you could build with that look good. Yeah, we could have this require some sort of power through the power mod. So maybe after that's been done, we can have like power. Where's our empower at? Why can't I see it? There it is. It can go through an empowerment process. Have it combined with nitro crystals. And we could do like 3 things with it. The custom item, have it infused with nitro. Will axolotls drop something when killed? What are you, a monster? What are you, why would you want them to drop something if they're killed? You monster. You should get no reward for that. You should just get nothing but just pure bliss and satisfaction from killing them. That should be more than enough. Don't have to have any extra items. The Ender Core? The Ender Core we're already using actually in one of the other plushies. I think this might be in relation to Power. Ludicrite. Is there anything from the... I'm trying to think of all the generator mods. Oh, that's interesting. A rainbow furnace. Yeah, actually. Or a rainbow core. I like the idea of a rainbow core being a part of that. I think that's good for now. Those 4 items going together.
Cheer one, 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 cheer
Oh,
one,
get faster.
cheer one, cheer one.
Oh, I was hoping it would continue longer. Thank you for the 268 bits. I appreciate that. Your ears. Is it really loud for you guys? Because I can adjust that. They my Streamlabs is all jacked up from when they updated. How about the thing from thermal? I wonder how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can have up to 6 things, I'm assuming. When it comes to thermal, Gas burning gen. I like the idea of 3 things needing to be produced. Any other like super? We might also get rid of, and I don't know, enlightened had some cool things at the end. There's like no use for enlightened though. I don't want to add the generators themselves. I don't want the blocks, the actual machines, being the required recipe. But I do want like core components to be a part of these recipes. I think this is good for this one. And that is going to output 3. We might come back to that later. Then, so this is taking in our item. This is also putting it through power. Then we need something else. Yeah, there's an induction smelter recipe.
Cheering one or newbie symbol.
Hey. Tech, are you guys all fighting up here? I swear to God. Because they're fighting over bit positions, aren't you? Cherry 1. Dude, thank you for the 440 bits. Do you have a dissolution chamber? Yeah, we can do a dissolution chamber recipe. We can do an alloy. What if I put in here the most powerful components that make the machines as fast as possible that was discovered when testing was done in ATM 9 to the sky? That would be kind of funny. Like, it just shows you what the most powerful setup is. Which is a Stellarite upgrade. I mean, it won't be able to fully show you, I guess. It was 1 energy nullifier and 2, or 1 efficiency nullifier and 2 energy nullifiers. Actually, can't these recipes require like more than 1 item? Hold on. Oh, they can. Oh, there we go. So yeah, we will use it. Yes. It can only take 3 items though. I know I'm funny. You don't need to confirm. We'll save this for something else. What if we do induction recipes here?
Quest line?
Yes, I do. I do want to add a quest line. It is going to be. It's going to be a thing to do, but I do want to do it. I do want to do it. I might need help with that. I just don't know how to get help with that. And I just don't think it'll be fast enough. I might have to all do it myself. I have a hard time expecting any help, to be fair. You can add custom chosen thermal upgrades. That's way more time than I have right now to do stuff like that. What I was thinking is we can have this thermal induction smelter utilize some ingredients from this mod. Mechanical dirt, no one uses it. I've used it. Mechanical dirt is great. It's mob spawner. What are we doing? I don't know. We're setting up recipes right now. That's what we're doing. Keep in mind these are blocks. So the block goes with this block. Mechanical dirt plus 2 plastic. Don't really want this to be a part of the recipe though. We can make the laser. Says, hey, I have a question. I was trying to make a mod pack for me and my friends that is centered around Astro Sorcery and Britannia. I was wondering if it's hard to port a mod to a newer version because I want a mod pack to be on 121. Is it hard to port a mod? If you're like a developer master, probably not. Do you have permission to port Astral Sorcery? I don't know. Is Astral Sorcery actively being updated right now? I think so. From what I got from Hellfire when he was in here a couple weeks ago. And when I say permissions, I don't know what the I don't know if Astral Sorcery's code's like open sourced. Use the bendy straw for a recipe. We can do like pink slime ingots though. I mean, if it's just for you, yeah, go for it. Astral's all rights reserved, yeah. You wouldn't be publishing it, that's for sure. I should say, shouldn't be publishing it. Okay, so I think that's an interesting recipe for the induction smelter. That leads you into the next one, which will be industrial foregoing. Okay, and that produces custom 4. Custom 4 will then be this recipe. And this is, let's see, 8 items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 slots. 8. So we have it required in the 8, and then the whatever fluid we want in the middle. So custom item. Happy birthday, everyone. It's Kim Jong's birthday if you're searching. It's just happened to be searching that one. Okay. So yeah, there's thermal. Who's that guy? I don't know. Oh yeah, sticky balls. Yes. Yeah, we need the sticky ball recipe in there. Isn't there a hairy ball too? No. Nope. We could make it require refined sunflower oil. You don't even get 3 paper for 3 balls. You don't. You just get 2. You're getting ripped off. Wait, but in reality, if you think about this is an EMC dupe. No, it's not. The 64. Oh no, it's like the exact. That's funny. So this is syrup, which comes from sap. There's a lot of cool things we can do. We could also maybe make it require the different shards from these mobs. And then make it require syrup. Or refined sunflower oil. 8 buckets of sunflower oil. That's the easy part. We need refined. Refined sunflower. Okay, so that takes our custom log 4 and that makes it to 5. Okay. So far we have ours, power, thermal. Oh, I didn't add the machine for this. Dissolution chamber. We have yet to do, well, we did do create. Create is technically at the start. This is the create start. Oh, thank goodness, man. Wait a second, chat. Yo! Sorry, I was talking to my wife. She brought me coffee. Harry, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that, my man. Hope you're doing fantastic. Welcome in. Welcome in. I don't normally stream on Saturdays. Welcome in, plebs. Is that what that's what I need to say, right? Welcome to your wholesome, family-friendly streamer. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I like it. Good enunciation. Ah, yes. Well, good man. If you got a raid run, Harry, have a good one. If you're sticking around, we are working on Modpack development. I'm losing my mind. This is day 3. It doesn't feel like day 3 because after every stream I've been just constantly putting work into it at night till like 3 o'clock in the morning. Family unfriendly? I don't really know what I am, to be fair. I'm whatever you think I am. Because it doesn't matter what I say. Doesn't matter what I say. I'm whatever you think I am. All right. Here it goes. We got our items here with our insane recipes. Doing some recipe changes for Vault Hunters. You feel your pain. Yeah, recipes are not easy. That's done in the crafter. That's done in there. This is done in the energizing orb. This is done in the induction smelter. This is done in the dissolution chamber. Now we're on to the next thing. The last thing is going to be the process through the antiprotonic nucleosynthesizer. Dude, that's got 14 syllables, I believe. That entire thing is 14 syllables, if I remember correctly. Don't ask me why I know that. I think I clapped it out one time. Something like that. Yeah. Antiprotonic. That's 5. Nucleosynthesizer. That's 7. Never mind. Yeah, no, that's right. It's 12. That's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot. The last one should include an antimatter pellet. Well, this requires antimatter to make. And the process will happen inside of it with antimatter. So yes, it does require you to go through the steps to get here. It's not like a huge pellet requirement, but yeah. KubeJS, it's gonna be a mix of KubeJS and also using JSON. We are doing a bit of everything though. This is recipe handling. I need to modify this actually. This is like how it tells you to do it, and this is how we set it up today to make recipe changes much easier. So just run a create a function that takes the inputs and outputs. Ofec did that. I did this one though, kind of. All right. So we're not here yet. We have one more step before we get to this. What other process do we put this through? There's mechanism. It's got to be mechanism. Well, no, the last one's mechanism. So we've done thermal. We've done that. It would be wild to have us do it through RF tools. Rip your song. It's not rip. I see it. Happy birthday, someone is what you want. Oh God, what is that going to generate? Anti something nucleo whatsoever. Yeah. Oh God. All right, here we go. AE2 inscriber. Yeah. I don't think we have any other processing mod really. Oh, Draconic. That's right. That's right. That's what that was the idea I had. I'm losing focus here. Losing focus. All right. Draconic. What tier? Draconic? We most certainly aren't going to go up to chaotic. We do need at least a chaotic piece. At least your camera's losing focus. Dude, this camera is amazing. And it was so cheap when I bought it. It's wild. It's a camcorder. It's a camcorder, dude. It was like 120 bucks. You can't beat it. All right, we need the Draconic tier injectors. And then the recipe is going to require a core. Our custom block is the main block that goes in. Then what? Now for the fun part, right? So this is enough, I think, in the requirements to get to this point. This requires so much. And we're not going to have many automation opportunities, I think, right now for Awaken Draconium. This already requires a Dragon Hearts, multiple Dragon Hearts, actually. So, trying to figure out what we should do. Here's that birthday song.
Another year, another day. Candles on a cake, we say.
Silly idea. Maybe require the same block which you place the items in.
Hooray. Balloons high and streamers fly.
Power balls.
Presents wrapped up oh so sly.
Power ball. What are you talking about?
Wish upon that starry sky. You're the apple of our eye.
This is gonna be for a draconic
Hey, someone, let
tier fusion injector.
dancing all day. In the sun we run. Friends around and smiles wide.
She's so cheerful, yet so like
Joyful birthday
so meh sounding. She's like, maybe happy birthday. Maybe. Happy B Day.
Let the fun begun. Laughing, dancing all day. In the
This is like, keep in mind, this is like the final wrap up.
cherished laughter forever. We celebrate this day, always together.
Just ate dirt. We gotta have the trowel in here somewhere.
Balloons high and streamers fly.
What if it's a chaos core with all of the building gadgets? All the building tools.
Wish upon
Because this is enough in its own.
you're the apple of our eye. Happy birthday, someone. Let the fun begun. Laughing, dancing all day. In the sun we run. Happy birthday, someone. Let the fun begun. Laughing, dancing all day. In the sun we run. We run. Memories cherished, laughter forever. We
How many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's literally 12 items in that craft. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We do copy, we do building, exchanging, copy, cut paste,
Candles on a cake we say,
destruction gadget,
everyone come out and play.
trowel,
Birthday, hooray, hooray.
the wand.
Balloons high and streamers fly. Presents wrapped up oh so sly. Wish
I love
upon a
this.
starry sky,
I'm loving this so far.
apple of our eye.
How do we come up with this masterpiece? I don't know. Thank you. It was your cat's birthday today. Well, happy birthday to your cat. Happy cat birthday. A bendy straw.
3 months, yay.
Oh, good God. One other thing. One more. One more is all we need. A bendy straw for the tea. An egg. This is going to be like all like building related tools. Framed blocks. We could do framed blocks. What is one of the most complex frame blocks to craft? That would be just icing on the cake, right? Like, it's not anything that's like going to be hard. Like, at this point, you're going to have a massive auto crafting system, massive factories. It's not going to be a big deal. And the cool part is you can get right into it with this pack. Right into it. The end game may look kind of crazy, but it's going to feel so fast because you're going to have all the stuff because of EMC. Like, boom, 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 done. That's the point. That's the point. It's going to feel so good. You can get right to building, right to automating, right to everything. So excited for that. Am I gonna have twerk in this pack? No twerk, no. That would be in a skyblock. This is not a skyblock. This is just one of the world generation types that we were playing around with. I still don't know if those are 100% gonna stay. Am I gonna play the pack? Yeah, the idea of having a frame block hammer is pretty funny. Any master tier villager? That would be interesting. You have the, I don't know how those are tagged. But crafting with a villager would be kind of funny. Oh yeah, the create schematic cannon. This isn't related to building. Now, I can remove... I know I can do more than 12. I don't want to do more than 12. Because then it starts to become another problem. All right. So then that outputs custom item 6, right? And then custom item 6 gets added with antimatter. We can define how much, and gets transferred into fading matter. This will be the other recipe for fading matter, I think. Right, you have this recipe, you can do it this way, or you can go about it this way. And then you could get yourself fading matter this way. And I think what we'll end up doing is each of these stages of this automation will be a tier up. So let's see. What does fading matter do? It is the highest tier link here. And what we'll do is we'll use this. Let's see, where is the final item? Where did it go? We didn't remove it, I don't think. No. We would probably change this recipe to be the final star here. Right? Let's see. Instead, it would be just shard parts that are leading up to this. No, there will be no final power flower because the power flowers are disabled in this. Dude, this jazz is seductive, baby. So seductive. We can build a recipe for the shards. We need to build the recipe, which would be fading matter. The fading matter then gets turned into... I'm not doing ultimate crafting. No. We can make it... Are we going to make easy ways of EMC gen? So the way of EMC gen, you're seeing it right here. What is going to happen? Each tier of these items will have a set EMC value that gets increasingly higher as you go. And so eventually you'll get to this one, which is producing 1 trillion EMC. So these items, while you can use them, you can use them later on. You're going to have to have sent them through processes in order to get them. So that's the idea. This is how you're getting your big ticket EMC. Late game. This is like late game. None of this is early game. But mob farms and stuff are generating EMC. There's all kinds of ways you're going to be generating EMC. Just breaking things in world gives you EMC. But not this amount of EMC. Not to the level of making the final star. Which will not have EMC, by the way. This will probably be the max. But you could also go about it this way. You could also still use all the fuel and stuff and level the fuel up the manual way, which is very, very painful, I will say. And you would need tons of coal. So much coal to do that. Okay, it's a very interesting craft. I'm fine with that actually staying the same. Let's see, that is no. Holy moly. That is 422 trillion EMC. This would be fine if we didn't have the yeah, this is per. That's per. Will the watch be off? I think, yeah. I was thinking about having the watch either on or off. I don't know yet. I'd probably just leave it on. I'll probably just leave the watch on. You can make the watch if you want. We can maybe change the recipe of the watch or something. The watch is fine. Servers, of course, be weary. That's just up to servers to turn that off. Yeah, we can just set the recipe to require maybe one of these shards. Maybe one of the first shards you get, you can make it. Okay. How am I going to do this? So, let's see. Maybe we just do all the fading matter combined up to make the shard. This looks like 1/8 of a final star. Okay. So what we're going to need, we're not going to be doing these. Those will still exist if you want to go up to that tier, but we're not going to use them. It's like 1/6. Oh, it is like, yeah, it is 1/6. I don't know if that matters. Make a TNT factory. I wonder if we can, hold on. Does this have a recipe that shows? It does. Does this have some sort of special tags when this is applied like this? It'd be so funny to blow this up. We'd have to do some testing, make sure it doesn't get destroyed in the crafting process. We could turn this fading matter into a shard when it's combined with something else. Oh yeah, infinite stake exists in here. Fading matter. What if this gets added with I would say compressed nether stars. But for some reason, compressed nether stars isn't in here. You think the transmutation tablet mixed with these fading matter equals 1? Like 4 fading matters? That could be a fun thing to automate the process of. We'll just have to pull this recipe here and go with that. Oh, there's a fading matter block. Oh. We could do that. And then that gets blown up and turns into a final star shard. Teleport anywhere just using NEMC. Does this mean you'd input coordinates? That'd be kind of cool. Oh no, it's just interesting. It's just cheaper, and then it's free. It's just a teleport book. Portable waystones. Yeah, that's not too... That's interesting. We have better methods in this pack for doing that stuff, but it is in here. Collectors for power flowers, release. All right, final star. So that's the recipe here. Take our fading block. I'm hoping all this works, by the way. Oh, we got another song request. A lot of song requests today. That's because they're all turning out to be bangers. That's why everybody wants song requests done. I don't blame them. I wonder if we can have... I mean, I guess it'll be this item and this item, right? And then TNT. Okay. So that produces the shards. Now we're going to figure out, well, how many are we going to want for this? And then this is going to lead into another inventory. Call this linear, I guess. The ultimate goal is going to be getting the Tome of Knowledge. One of the ultimate goals. And then also you can make creative items. This is considered one of the creative items. You could do like creative energy cube, for example. What else? Creative blaze cake. Creative motor. I would say world shaper. It can do some really crazy things. I'm getting ahead of myself because we still need to build a recipe for the final star. But yeah. Here's that song, by the way. We could just be stars, just you and me. A jazzy pop.
Dancing lights on every street. Feel the rhythm, catch the beat. In the sky, our hearts will meet. Dreams of stars, oh so sweet. We could be stars, shining from afar. Just you and me together. Our light will last forever.
Isn't a creative storage disk just an infinite storage? Remember.
You and me, a perfect team. Living life's wildest dreams. Starlight reigns supreme.
I just said a creative storage disk. That's RS. Yeah, we have RS.
Jazz and pop in every tone. Melodies we've never known. In this night we call our own. Underneath the moonlight's dome. We could be stars, shining from afar.
What's AE's creative storage?
Together,
sell? Or does this generate infinite items? I mean, this is all great right here too. Power, source, creative motor, blaze cakes, chemical tank. That all seems very reasonable to me. It's not like getting a creative vending upgrade or anything like that. That was pretty jazzy. I like that. So the ME storage cell provides if you use a cell workbench. That's what I was thinking. If you use a cell workbench, and yeah. I don't think anything else seems that logical to give. A creative tank. Creative tanks. I'm iffy on creative tanks. Even though I don't mind it, actually. I don't know. I'm iffy on creative tanks. Chemical tank, not so much. Creative tank. I mean, I guess none of this really gives you EMC items. But you could literally do any fluid and solidify any fluid. You know what? Honestly, I don't care. Go hog wild. What is up with the Draconic and doing this? Just like an item that just forever falls in the world. That you can't delete. Maybe lava would delete it, but you can't pick it up. Is it creative, chemical, and fluid tank the same? No. Chemicals are chemicals, liquids are liquids. I'm not doing it. I'm not. A pork chop? No, we're not doing a pork chop. We do have compressed blocks. And honestly, I just put the sticky balls in there. This actually would be kind of interesting because emeralds don't have EMC, and the only real way of doing it is by farming the villagers, possibly, outside of quarries, or creating a dimension that is full of just emerald. It's all very doable. Compressed nether star block. I thought about it. But no. Because we don't have compressed emeralds. For some reason, all the compressed doesn't have compressed emeralds. Yeah, you could just create a dimension that's just emeralds. Using RF Tools dimensions. That's why I got to come at this with a different idea, different approach. Nine times then? We could do 6 times. Keep in mind, this says blocks. I mean, I guess you could fill the whole thing with blocks. 9 is crazy. What's funny is we have one of the items requires 9 times clay. I'm debating on changing that though, but you know, these are all up for change. That's probably gonna be 1. That's a lot of clay, but it's EMCable, so that's where you gotta kind of think. You know, you gotta look at this as, hey, this is EMC based, and is 387 million EMC that much? This is only 729 blocks of diamond. Right? And of copper. And these are all processes. So even though it looks like this right here doesn't have EMC, it does because we applied EMC to the raw variants. The final star doesn't have its functionality, does it? No. It doesn't appear to have any. The way that used to work is it would just duplicate, I think, if you place it on a pedestal. And if there was an inventory or something below the pedestal when the final star was activated on it, it would like dupe the items, but that's not the case. So, crafting ingredient. Crafting ingredient. That's what it says. Power of the sun in a single block. I'm honestly what does that mean? I place it down and it just deletes the world. What does it say it does? That's the most expensive block in this mod. Oh my god. It multiplies the power of the collectors by 10 times. Setting the player on fire for 10 seconds. It'll inflict 6 hearts of damage per second. Looking at it will inflict 4 hearts of damage every 3/4 of a second. In addition to setting the player on fire for 10 seconds, applying darkness, blindness. Oh my god, and granting the hidden blinded by the light advancement. And looking at the block sets you on fire. That's funny. I mean, this doesn't have EMC values anymore, but it's kind of funny. It would work on regular collectors, probably, so. I actually don't mind this. This is kind of goofy. But it is very expensive, still. Even without these having EMC values, that's very expensive. When it exceeds 2 to the power of 63, it was quintillion, right? You place this in the world and the entire server just gets sucked into the block. All right, so here we go. So there's the recipes. Creative items are going to be a whole other ballpark because we have to have them include this in some way, like through a mechanism process. It's a lot. I'll worry about that later. Look at the mod Pride furnaces. We already technically have iron furnaces, right? Is this Pride enough? Nine quintillion, yeah. I still don't know how old this is ultimately going to be crafted, though. Like, what's it going to be crafted in? What if it gets thrown in a liquid? We dip it in antimatter. Can you do that? I don't know. Is there liquid? Is antimatter a gas? I think it is a gas, isn't it? I'm not doing extreme crafting. All right, chat. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna be right back. And also allow me to eat my corn dogs, all that fun stuff my wife brought me for lunch. But I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back, and we'll figure this out. Video settings. Let's bring up that brightness. There will be no video on Monday as of right now. Oh, it's so pretty. All right, I guess we're going on a huge adventure. Since we have /home, it's going to make sense for us to do this. Is this like some sort of special terrain for the ocean? Look how just like the cliff just falls. You know, you're right. You're right. I do hate you guys. I do. Clip it and ship it. Come on. Get the clip out there. Quartz for sure. Let's go ahead and take most of this. Let's see. That gets ran through the macerator again. Anything that's like this weird stuff gets put through the macerator. Iron dust. Raw iron goes to the macerator again. Everything else can be done this way. Eh. I quit. This is my house now. Dang it. Why is that not in here? She wants us to make tree farms with a photogenic insulator. Because I don't see them on my end. I can't see them. I would have to have my stream open and streaming at the same time. Like my wife probably sees them, like in the TV on in the house. The shaders show up. Yeah, the shaders are happening in game. So most effects that you see, guys, all happen in game, like are literally happening client side. So they're all happening. Uh-oh. Like stuck. Oh, here's one of those deep veins of iron. Do I have... It says fortune. Create the other one. Create supports open parties and claims. Every time I've used it in the last create packs I've played, it breaks create. Yeah, it's the void mod. We might come across it in this list, but if not, we'll search for it in a minute. I'm still just running through this list, right? 1.4. Didn't 1.4 just... Oh, you're talking about the server, right? Are you talking about the server? Because 1.4 is out. We get Draconic Evolution. Right? Aren't we on 1.4? Oh my god, that is a huge cock in chat. Dang, chat. John. Oh my god. Dude, they all ran under here. Wait. Come back. Getting your motor set up, only just like even just a couple of them. It's typically more than enough. You're not 100% done. I have no idea. So I haven't had the I have no idea what happened in that chat. Nor will you ever know. You will never know. Unless you were there. Only one. All right. So I can't let this ultimate star be the ultimate downfall. And it not be a cool crafting recipe. Can we have it tossed over a beacon beam and detect if it's... It needs to be an epic multi-step. Well, this is an epic multi-step crafting process, what this is doing. But I want this to be crafted in something. Unless you're saying have it be sequenced assembly. It could be a very simple sequence assembly where we sequence over this item you know. It gets pressed on there multiple times. Just feels odd after we just dipped it in antimatter. I feel that we're getting closer to what, in my opinion, what feels like a goal to get to in this pack. So giving those who want goals, this is it. We're getting closer to that point. I mean, yeah, we could do this. I don't know, though. Are you going to add create mechanism? Create mechanism. I did see the throw in the Bumble Zone Royal Jelly. Royal Jelly is a part of this craft, by the way. Oh, and these will have EMC values. So once you've done it once, you don't have to regain all of these items again. They will have EMC values. Oh, also, the Wandering Trader, I still don't think that config file took. We modified all those configs. Because I seen a trade earlier that had the Wandering Trader in it. That was offering an apotheosis piece. You know, I'm trying to think in my head, what is the coolest... What's the coolest thing that I've ever done crafting wise? I mean, I love Rs. The Rs crafter is beautiful. Draconic has to be second best. Maybe it's done inside of a chaotic crafter. Well... How many dragon fights does that take? Yeah, that's a problem. I don't really want them to fight unless I can give EMC values to chaos shards. The small ones. We have enlightened in here. I don't know if it has a interesting crafting mechanic. Like I said, there's the drop in fluid mechanic that we've not done, and we can have it dropped into a bucket of ooze. How funny is that? That items just bounce on top of the ooze. Have it dipped in syrup. A bucket of wax? Oh, I literally can't place a block in here. Is it because it's solidifying? Oh my god, you can't place blocks in front of it. How do I get rid of it? It's just forever here. Exception, how you doing? Long time no talk. Uh-oh. We broke our world. I literally can't place. What have I done? Oh, thank God. Do you see it push the block with an air gap? I don't know. That is a weird liquid, isn't it? Are all of the cyclic liquids like that? Oh my god, if I do this... Oh no. Oh god. What have I done? Can you push the source? That's what I was wondering. Why does it even flow right there? Don't Walter, what have you done? That is wax. Does that mean a sticky piston? Oh, when I'm in this menu. That's the most interesting block pusher I've ever seen. It's cursed. It's pretty cursed. Okay. Back to the actual projects. To stick to slime ball. I'm assuming it sticks. It acts just like a block. All right. Final StarCraft. We can either do sequence assembly or there may be another option here. But I most certainly can't think of anything else outside of dropping it in a fluid. You know what? This needs to be a part of it. Part of that final crafting assembly. This is my first time doing this, by the way, because I'm not familiar with this, but... So, deploy, and it goes over an emerald block. Am I going to make most things have EMC? Most things have EMC. Yes. Chocolate's already required in this craft. My wife let a couple of flies in. They're going to bug me. All right, now, I guess, now that we kind of have an understanding of how this is, yeah. I guess we'll figure this out, right? Archmage spellbook, final star. We'll just have to go at it one at a time, adding all of these manually. The idea is the hard part. Adding it is just tedium. Okay, so these are creative items. Do you have extended crafting? I do not. No. Not doing extended crafting. Okay, we have these. This and this. Both will be with a final star. These need to be done. Probably a... infuser. Maybe an infuser I don't know. Maybe we can try and add a liquid molten final star, possibly. We'll see. We need this to be a filled source jar. I'm looking for the item. Relay. And I think we can do... source jar required here. And then creative source requires a creative tank. To make the creative source cell. These are done in the enchanting apparatus, by the way. Or we can have it infused. No, not infused. Okay. This will be an operation that's done inside of the press inscriber. Okay, there's that creative item. Totem of knowledge unlocks literally everything. This is probably a book. That should be the hardest recipe. It should. Make it require one of each creative item? I don't know. We can make it a book surrounded by final stars. This is the hardest part. Okay, creative energy cube. This might be a power. This I think will do a mix again. Let's first set the recipe for the creative energy cube. I am going to use the same sort of method. This is a very similar recipe to the ATM. There is this creative energy cube, which we'll just have to build a recipe for. Right? And then this inside of an energizing orb with so much power, we'll figure that out down the road. We need to make recipes for these though. Let's move this over here and I'll build the recipe for these. Creative energy cube. What does the recipe look like for the highest tier energy cube? Okay.
Another year, another day. Candles on a cake, we say. Everyone come out and play. It's your birthday, hooray. Hooray. Balloons high and streamers fly. Presents wrapped up, oh so sly. Wish upon that starry sky. You're the apple of our eye.
Possibly. I mean, at this point, you're going to be making a bunch of these. This recipe, the recipes are down here. We haven't set them in stone yet. All of these, I have to hand do all these recipes here in a minute. It's a lot. This recipe, remember, is blowing it up with TNT. You can do filled cubes too. I don't want to do filled cubes. It'll get filled with the energizing orb here. Is that wandering trader have so many items? What? All right. So the creative energy cell is a final star. With a all right, how many of these can we have inside of a energizing orb? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's max at 6. 1, 2.
Another year, another day. Candles on a cake, we say. Everyone come out and play. It's your birthday, hooray.
Yep, same as Creative Cube. Oh, that was lavas from the prior guy. All right. Creative. So we still have this, this, and this now. Draconic capacitor. This will be chaos and
joyful birthday ride. Feel the love we cannot hide. With you we take our stride. Happy birthday, someone let the fun begun. Laughing, dancing all day in the sun.
You don't think we need a draconic capacitor? It's there if somebody wants to completionist. Gives you something cool to go after. I mean, this requires Chaos Core.
Dancing lights on every street. Feel the rhythm, catch the beat. In the sky, our hearts will meet. Dreams of stars are so sweet. We could be stars, shining from afar. Just you and me together. Our light will last forever. In the dark we'll glow and gleam. You and me, a perfect team. Living life's wildest dreams. Starlight reigns supreme. Jazz and pop in every tone. Melodies we've never known. In this night we call our own. Underneath the moonlight's dome.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Just 4 things.
Shining from afar.
Honestly, these are not bad. I've seen way crazier recipes for stuff. This is creative stuff. This is like at the point where you're like, I don't even want to play anymore. I know what to do with this though. This is also going to get a creative cube. Final star. And then one other thing, integral component. Actually, no, a block of stellum. And that'll give a creative energy. And then what are we going to put this in? This is going to need to go into induction smelter. A potato capacitor. What was the potato capacitor from? Original thermal? It was in the original thermal, wasn't it?
Within the crowd.
You think a mixer would be funny? Mixer, electric motor. Unfortunately, I don't think Hyperfluid has like a, well, maybe it does. Hold on. Yeah, it has to be put in here anyways. I don't know how to get that. I guess create achievement hyper experience. There's no bucket for it, so we have to figure out how to handle fluids. I don't. Hopefully create. Oh yeah, mechanical crafter.
Shuffling non-stop to the beat, it won't drop. Swinging lights in the room, feel the joy in the boom. Trumpets blaring so wide, step to step, side by side. Glitch and groove, we collide. Life's a dance, it's our ride.
Blaze cake should be 2 in recipe to make it harder.
All night, day. In this moment, we won't delay. Baseline pumping deep, our pulses it will keep. Hands are clapping loud, lost within the crowd.
It'll require superheating as well.
Echoes of the past, mixed with
Is there any recipe in here that is superheated
rhythms take their flight.
and mixes fluids? This is the one we'll use. It outputs a fluid. I'm assuming that this can be done though.
Bands are strong in line, swing hop feels so fine.
Okay, I'll add that to the list over here.
We align.
Yeah, I'm almost positive that could be done. And then finally, this. Could use apotheosis, but my ears starting to hurt.
and sway all night and day. In this moment, we want to lay baseline thumping deep. Our pulses it will keep. Hands
You require all guidebooks? No.
echoes of the past, mixed with sounds that last. New meets old tonight, rhythms take the flight. Angels strong in line, swing up feels so fine. Glitchy beats they shine, in the groove we align.
We could make it an apotheosis bookshelf. What's this? You use sigils. Knowledge of the ages is fitting. I feel like that might be a good. I mean, the hard part is the final stars. Okay. That should be good. I don't know what to craft it in though. Sorry, my ear is kind of hurting for some reason. Smithing template recipe. I don't want this to create. This might just be a crafting recipe. The simplest machine. I don't think there's a machine that just does it like this outside of just crafting in your inventory. No basic autocraft? Well, I mean, even if you had it auto-crafted, that's... Summoning altar? I'm not doing a summoning altar. Yeah. No. And sacrifice the warden. What are you guys playing? Altamon's 9 to this guy? There's nothing else like machine wise that has like interesting crafts. So the interesting part is how people are going to solve these problems. That's what I'm excited to see. Is how people ultimately use their EMC and their stuff to solve the problems. It's gonna be fun to see. It's gonna be fun to do. Doesn't ours elemental have, let's see, what is the boss?
Where the stars are bright, dancing on the street, grooving to the beat. Hearts are swinging free.
There's the Mark of Mastery.
Feet are on fire,
Yeah, Mark of Mastery.
taking us higher. Swinging up tonight, in the moon's soft light. Feel the jazzy vibe. Come on, let's jive. Baseline never stops. Beats make our hearts hop.
That looks really pretty inside of a crafting table. These Mark of Masteries are kind of cool looking.
Coolest shade.
You get 5 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Glitch and bass unite in this daylight. Round and round we go.
Create a flight with angel rings. There's a lot of different ways you can get flight in this. You have flight potions. You have flight module with that. You have glistening chorus fruit you can eat. That's flight. Cyclic has a flight potion, I guess. I'll probably disable the cyclic flight potion if it works. There's also the tablet of flight, the charms. There's also Project E flight with the Swift Wolf Rendingale. Add angel ring? I don't know. There's no need. Literally doesn't change anything about this pack. Okay. Mechanisms got flight. Okay, so now here's the fun part. We're going to be diving into documentation. Or, you know what? We could just do this without using KubeJS. Or without, not without using KubeJS, without using anything crazy here. And what we can do is do everything via data packs. Which might be the, not the best way to do it, but it's probably the better way to do it without needing add-ons, I think. Joe Fox, how you doing? Welcome in. So KubeJS, data. Actually, no, we just go into the mods itself. Let's take a look at create real quick. Create. Doing all right? Back to working on your own mod again. Oh God. I've already started to lose my mind on this project. And I'm not even making a mod. I'm just modifying other people's mods. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Let's just get our file structure set up. KubeJS. There's so many files. I'm just gonna probably delete everything. Oh God. All right, Well, I need to delete like literally everything in here. Everything in these folders, you know, I'll just remove the folders. Okay. So recipes. So we need to add a crafter. I wonder what this means. Logistics andesite funnel. Is this for regular crafting? What is this thing going to be called? There's sequenced assembly. Mechanical crafting. That's what we need. All right. So for this mechanical crafting, here's an example for the crushing wheel, the extendo grip, the potato cannon, and the wand of symmetry. All of these are set up in like weird ways. I got to look at how this is actually defined. I hope this has an easy to follow JSON. Ah, yes, here's the pattern. So it's set up basically the same way. We just need to modify this. Are there jetpacks? Not yet. That might be added in the future. They're not here right now. Okay. So let's go ahead and modify this to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it's already there. Seven, 8, 9. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, type mechanical crafting. This is the resulting item. The item we take in. Okay. We don't have the item yet to define this to, so I'm going to set it to the logs for right now. Hear me out. We will change them later. Make the item. It's a basic version. Okay. Should I let me build this first since I'm already working on it, and then I'll make that.
Sounds collide, bottom twist we ride, glitch and swing combined, leave the past behind. Neo swing delight, bright city lights ignite, hot from B to B, find our endless heat.
Oh, Plushie.
Swing it right, dancing all through the night, feel the groove take hold.
Warden Plushie. you say you will put the higher tier fuel in there? Higher tier fuel. Warden, Wither, Elder Guardian. And this is, if this just works, like, I mean, that's just super simple, right? And then we just rename this file, and essentially we have our recipe there. I'm going to keep these in here the same way, so we have reference. This is not a horrible workflow. I wonder, does that work? I'm just gonna set it to a log for right now. Or all right, this is technically for whatever our first item is going to be called. I'm just going to call it Warden Head for right now. Close out. We don't need this. We don't need this. We don't need this. It'll be called Warden underscore head. So that should add a crafting recipe through a data pack for that crafting recipe. The chosen plushie. I don't know what we're gonna have to figure that out as we go. It's not, I don't want it to be a block we can place in the world. I do, but I don't. If it is, it's a solid block. But here I am learning everything. Okay, so it didn't work? It didn't work? Maybe it's because of the name of the item, actually. It needs to be CubeJS, doesn't it? I bet. There's a fly on my mic. Take a look at the Ginny doll. Is the Ginny doll, was it like a custom model? It was a custom model that was made. I should look at that. Or was it a mod that added that item in? There it is. So there it is. It works. CubeJS plus custom model. That's what this is. But notice it like has issues. And then I also don't know how to get it to face me on rotation. I couldn't get that figured out either. I looked on the Discord. I looked everywhere. I couldn't get the block properties to work. It works. Okay, good to know that works. And then, yeah, this is what my head script looks like. See, I tried to give it a particle texture to look at. Unless I have to define .png. You could look through the furnace script and see it there. .create cardinal. Oh, you can define the direction right after this? I wonder if blocks is what needs to be defined there. Every time we make a block, though, we have to reload. You can see I'm glitching there a little bit. Oh, good God. But yeah, I do think I want these to be items. Or blocks. They can be blocks too. I kind of want them to be able to place them down. To add blocks and items, it's best to just do it all in one go. So you don't need to restart. Yeah, true. I need to figure out how many items or how many blocks we're gonna need. Blocks, items, whatever we want to call them. Oh, why did we crash? Who knows? Exit code 1. No way of knowing. Let's take a look. I need to pull up the documentation for here for the wiki. I was under a dark mode of their wiki the other day. That was way nice. There it is. No examples. Okay, that's great. So we knew blocks. Yeah, I think blocks for all of these is fine. We need to give them tags. What tag? It should be like I don't know. Let's see if this rotates. If this rotates, I don't know why I didn't see that in the documentation. He doesn't say anything about that. In all examples I looked at, it only looks like you can pass one variable there. Display name, material, which you can't apparently set a material. Other packs are the best documentation. I didn't even think to look at Ginny's pack. I looked at the FTB expert, didn't really help me there. None of that is done with block rotations in mind. I think they have like their own custom script for making compressed blocks, which I thought was really cool. Oh my God. See, notice though, the particles are still not... Oh, that's awesome that it does that now. Also, getting the border to work was really difficult on this. These ears cause issues. But we won't be using this model. We'll be using something else. We'll be using regular textures, so I'm not worried about this anymore. Now that I know the block can rotate, I can set individual faces to every side manually without doing any of that. Just remove the ears. Yeah, just remove the ears. I don't need that block anymore, but I will use that as my template. Okay, so we need, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 blocks. Six blocks. Okay. Each block has to have its own startup event registry. Oh wait, no, we can just we can have multiple create events inside of our block registry. Maybe?
Step into the night where the stars are bright, dancing on the street, moving to the beat. Hearts are swinging free in this mellow.
I was looking to your last video and I was hoping you were live. Oh yeah, I'm busting it out in this videos, trying to get these this pack done. I am trying. I want this pack done as soon as I can. I want something fun to play. I don't know if this can work this way or not. Let me look. Who was it? You said Jenny's pack. Did they added multiple blocks? Creative tabs, custom blocks. Ah, colon. Or semicolon. This looks so simple too, doesn't it? You just have... Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so that's where the tags can come into play. You can just tag them. Oh, that was never removed. That was still left in there. There's the one thing that was in there. That was amethyst. Huh. Where is this even it's just the map color is purple. I'm trying to use this as a way for my brain to click and understand this real quick. Tag block. Great New Age Lunar Magnet. That was the name. This is events to modify. This modifies a block. Correct? This is not creating, is it? Example events. Create a new block. No, that is the blocks. Where's the getting its textures from? Is it getting the texture from this? So you can create any block from anything in the mod. The block model is a normal block. Oh, that's right. Because inside, oh, they probably have the textures because you don't really need to define anything because it'll just go in the default textures under assets, KubeJS. Block textures blocks. There's the block model for no. He has comments. Yeah, create a new block. Well, I think this comes from the documentation. Sets a material, affects the sound and some properties. This is all on the documentation. I was just looking through here. I'm just trying to wrap my head around where this is. So this is getting it from the. This is getting the texture from the block itself. The block model itself. This is then recoloring it. Am I understanding that correctly, Shift? And then this is creating a new version of this item. No, that's not right. Custom magnet. This is. Use an assets folder like any other resource pack. Oh. So those files are in here for this. And he just named it create new age to define it so it was in there without doing the whole thing that we're doing at the top where we change all of our blocks to look like whatever we want. It still keeps KubeJS, but... And so if we go into assets, it'll be under create new age. Ah, and there's his textures. Oh, okay. I was wondering, like, where was he getting the block textures from? That makes sense. Okay, so that, I was like, why is there no textures defined? That's because you don't have to define textures. Because he changed, when he created the block, he created it with the mod ID of create new age instead of it all getting sent under one registry to make it look like it was from that mod. Okay. Nothing special. Okay, that's cool. Okay. We're not doing it in that way. If you use the mod ID, block ID, yeah, it'll show up in game from that mod. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Okay, so that I understand a bit more. That makes a lot more sense. Okay. Okay, I like the idea of cardinal here, but that only applies if it's something that has a face to it, and in our case, we won't need it. I will example this all out. Isn't it, what is it to? It's like star, isn't it? Interesting. We just want it to be a block, and then we'll come up with our own textures as we go. Since this is going to be our own custom thing, we can figure it all out. Use, I'm not good with textures though, so that'll be something interesting to try and figure out. They use so many assets here. I love that. That's wild. I'll take a look at this custom fluids too, because we'll have to do that. Yeah, it's in enclosed. That's right. It's been a while since I've done this. Oh, you can also message me on Discord, Shift, if you would. Then I don't have to, you don't have to rush or anything. You can just send it to me and just let me know you sent it. Cody, if you hold left alt and click, you can type on multiple rows. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Shift and middle mouse also. I'm learning a bit more about VS Code. I'm used to Sublime for all of this. Done. Okay. All right. This is color table. Is this what allows JEI to determine what color it is? Is that all this does basically? You're not sure. Okay. All right, so do we figure out how many we needed? Oh, I forget again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It was 6, right? 6 items. 6 blocks.
swing of night. We let go, we take flight.
Let's see how well at naming things to get us a good start ChatGPT is going to be. I asked it, I need 6 custom block names that are related to ChosenArchitect that are progressively harder to craft in a mod pack called Project Architect.
Tap the floor, snap your hand, feel the beat, understand. We're hopping tailspin, swinging round and round again. Baseline bumps, popping grooves, get on up, break those moves.
It came up with, these are really long names: Architect Blueprint Block, Architect's Design Core, Architect Chosen's Pillar, Architect, no, hold on, Architect's Foundation Stone. Let's see.
Neo vibes in the breeze, retro flair, endless ease. Vintage colors with a twist, we can't help but dance like this. Let's just swing, blend so fine, hop and bass intertwine. Modern sounds meet the past, timeless rhythm gonna last.
What is that called when you what is it called whenever you do that? Chosium, Architectium. What is that called?
We take flight. Bitch and swing, blend so fine, hop and bass intertwine. Modern sounds meet the past, timeless rhythm gonna last. Swinging love, swinging hard, every beat sets us apart. In the swing, swing, swing of night, we let go, we take flight.
Says when you append an M to a word, it mimics a naming convention of elements of the periodical table. So they come up with Archium, Blueprintium, Designium, Keystonium, Pillarite. That doesn't really go with it, does it? Pinnacium. Play-Doh. What? Chosen backwards. Lean Beefium. Oh, we haven't even gotten to the funny names for the animals. All right, let's get our block template set up real quick. Okay, so here's the ID. It doesn't need a cardinal. Okay, so warden, head, display name, the sound type. These are going to be blocks. There is a whole list of different sound types. Let's see, we have bamboo. Probably want these all to sound like heavy blocks. Or something satisfying. Or maybe they all have their own sound. We'll work on that later. I'll leave this default. The hardness, we want this to be like an easy to break block. Not be able to be blown up though. Axe and pickaxe should work on them. This will be, I don't know if we have to define that. Model, warden head. Don't think we're gonna be using the model. We're not gonna be using that, or that, or this. There's really not a lot we have to do to add a block, do we? Other than get the texture file for them. Let's use a generic block. Like stone. All right, we still need to come up with some names though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I think our first one is the combination of all of the animals and stuff. So meat block, medium. Medium. There's medium. So let's pull up. So we have to go into assets, KubeJS. I'm going to leave this structure here. Get rid of that though. Oops. And this just gets named that. So we'll have a file. We should be able to make duplicates. There's 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, there's all 6 of our blocks. ChosenArchitect. Oh no. All right, there's 1, 2. All right. There's all of the blocks, but now we got to start making our next one. Okay, so the next block, it's going to go here. Because this was the combination of all the mobs. This is the combination of essence. So is this block served medium, medium rare? Yeah. Essenicum? I don't hold on. Essentium. Essentium. Will it let me do this? Essentium? It's also Rs. Arsian? Rs. Arsium? Soul. Gordon Ramsay. It's raw! It's fucking raw! Novusium? Maybe Novusium? Novusium. Maybe spelt like that? Novusium? This will be like an amethyst block. Something magical sounding. Amethyst block is probably the most magical sounding. Amethyst. Where are you at, Amethyst? Amethyst or calcite? Calcite has like a clunky sound. These are not alphabetized. Okay. Wool, grass, no. God, there's a lot of them. Anvil, wet, scaffolding. I think it's just amethyst, right? Here it is. I just got jump scared by the Windows sounds. Oh God. All right. Next, custom block. Rainbow core power. This is power related. Power them. I don't know. I don't know anymore. Oh no. Hold on, chat. Give me a second. Electrium. Oh. Electrum. We can't do Electrum.
Neon lights shining bright, dance all night, feel the vibe. Swinging beats, taking flight, energy pure, come alive. Bass drops deep, hits the core.
E equals MC squarium.
Rhythms hot, floors of fire, burn it up, higher.
Chargium.
Feel the groove moving feet, good swing, yeah, in the air. Neon swing everywhere. Jumping jive,
I wonder if we add tech to the end of these.
hard, feel the sound, hearts ablaze, passion high, take the leap, touch the sky. Baselines
Meat tech.
your veins, feel the joy,
Like we do meat tech
beat makes you free, lose yourself, let it be.
instead of EM, medium.
Feel the groove moving feet, good swing, yeah, in the air. Neo swing everywhere. Neon light, shining bright, dance all night, feel the fire, swinging beats, taking flight, energy pure, come alive. Bass drops deep, hits the core, move your feet, can't ignore. Rhythms hot, floors of fire, burn it up, going higher. Swing, hop, sway with the beat, feel the groove, moving feet, glitch, swing, yeah, in the air. Neo swing everywhere. Jumping jive, spin around, swinging hard, feel the sound, hearts ablaze, passion high, take the leap, touch the sky, baselines pump through your veins, feel the joy, break the chains, every beat makes you free, lose yourself, let it be. Swing, hop, sway with the beat, feel the groove, moving feet, glitch, swing, yeah, in the air, neo swing everywhere. Bass drops deep, hits the core, move your feet, can't ignore. Rhythms hot, floors of fire, burn it up, going higher. Swing, hop, sway with the beat, feel the groove, moving feet, glitch, swing, yeah, in the air. Neo swing everywhere. Neo swing everywhere. Neo
Let's
swing
see.
everywhere.
Archie Novu.
Temple feet, feel the city lights, dancing street. From dusk till dawn we flow. In the night our spirits glow. Saxophones and trumpets sing. We take flight on swinging wings. Rhythm moves electric.
Archie Novu.
In the city find your place.
I like Archie being in front of the name.
Fantasy dance into the night with me. Feel the magic in the air. Let the music take us there.
Okay, next one. The Power.
Clap your hands, feel alive in this vibe. We all thrive. Baseline dropping deep and low. In our hearts, the fire grow. Glitch and hop, melt the sound. Lost in rhythm, we are found. Jumping jive with joyful grace. In this groove, we find our space. Break it down, bring it up.
Energy Tech. Architron. I like Architron. I like that. These can still be items, by the way, so I do like the idea, though, of there being a way. All right, next one. ChatGPT coming in clutch here, man. Super helpful for like text-based things. Archie base. This is processing in an induction smelter, but it utilizes industrial foregoing. Archie alloy. Archie merge. What are we naming? We're coming up with a name for blocks. Architectronic. Yeah, it does have a sliming it. Archie morph. I like Archie morph for that. We'll go with that for right now. These, by the way, these are all up for change. Thankfully, they're just a simple, like 2-file change, and then bam, you're good. All right. Then we have this one, which is the dissolution chamber. Archillusion, maybe? It's not what it gave me, but Archillusion, I think I like.
Break it down, bring it up, overflow and swing his cup. Every beat, every sway keeps the shadows far away.
Distract. All right, and then the next one, this one will have EMC. Like all of these are gonna have EMC, by the way. This takes it through Draconic. Maybe Archilution? Archilution. We just did Lucian. Archilution. That was literally just the first one. The one we just did. Draconium. Archium? Archium. This would be fine for Archium, I think. Or... Archium. And I think that's it, right? Then it goes into Archium, gets turned into the Fading Matter. Yeah. Okay, we almost have it. Now we just got to name our text files here. So if I pull this up. We need this to be Archie Meat. So weird. What's wrong with me? Why did that? You see what the text file's doing? There it goes. You've seen that, right? I wasn't losing my mind. I changed it. It accepted the changes. Okay. One of the items just needs to be called your mom, and it just is textured as a hoe item, and that's the final item you can craft. It's a chaotic hoe. That's the final item. That's just it. Okay, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I did 2 twice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I did. We have Archie Meat. Oh, that's this one. Okay, there's all of our items. We don't have textures for these yet, but we can make textures. What should we base them off of? We can maybe base it off of vanilla Minecraft textures. I want them to be a block that we can actually decorate with too. I don't want them to look bad. Which is a problem because I'm not very good at it. Make them look like anti-blocks. Just a solid color. Hmm. We can make them look like Applied Energistics controllers. I mean, there's a lot of things we can do. They are fuel blocks. Yeah, these are going to be EMC fuel blocks technically.
Neon lights, shining bright, dance all night, feel the vibe, swinging beats, taking flight, energy pure, come alive, bass drops deep, hits the core, move your feet, can't ignore, rhythms hot, floors of fire, burn it up, going higher, swing, hop, sway with the beat, feel the groove, moving feet, glitch, swing, yeah, in the air, meal swing, everywhere. Jump and jive, spin around, swinging hard, feel the sound, hearts ablaze, passion high, take the leap, touch the sky, basslines pump through your veins, feel the joy, break the chains, every beat makes you free, lose yourself, let it be.
You're saying like maybe make it look like coal?
Feel the groove, moving feet, glitch, swing, yeah, in the air, meal swing, everywhere.
So let's go into Archie meat. So this is going to be the meat one. This is the combination of all of these animals. I mean, there's like the biomes of plenty flesh block.
Bass drops deep, hits the
We could potentially make modifications to.
rhythms hot, floors of fire, burn it up, going higher. Swing, hop,
Yeah, we can make it have different colors. We can do all kinds of different things to this.
meal swing, everywhere.
Do I have a mod pack? Yeah, Chosen's Modded Adventure had it in it.
Meal swing, everywhere.
We can get the texture file and play around with it a little bit. Mods. Bombs aplenty. The flesh block is so weird in game. It has a custom model too, I think, right? It has animations. Are we able to use animations? That's done under a block state. I didn't even see options for blocks. Oh wait, no, is it done in the same texture file? I don't remember. Blocks. It's done in an MC meta file, isn't it? That allows the rotation through the texture file. I wonder how we do that with KubeJS. Does anybody know? It'd be cool if we can actually make it animate. Wait, you don't normally stream on Saturdays, right? No. Never use cube.js. What do you mean? You can do it shift? Is it just Does it just work by default, or do I have to add some special thing? I don't remember seeing that when I looked through the documentation. Oh, it's all done with resource pack stuff. Okay. So it should be as easy as just taking these. I don't know how I do the alts. But it's definitely this one. Uh-oh. Okay, go ahead and crash. Whatever. Sure. Just hope my whole computer doesn't crash. Final last word. Famous last words. Hope my computer doesn't crash. And the alt is probably a block state. And so all of that should be able to be done. You jinxed it? I did. All right, cancel out or I'm going to have to exit it. That's what happens if you don't pay for WinRAR. If you never purchased a... They're like, I will get you. Oh, interesting. Okay, so okay, let me see if I can maybe understand this. So that means then this goes in the KubeJS folder, just like this. Textures. So block states goes in the block state folder. Textures would be block. I'm learning a lot right now. I'm like, believe it or not, I'm learning a crap ton of stuff right now. Textures, blocks. This is where we would do flesh. Of course, we would keep it this. We'd change the name of it to match here. Okay. And then we do flesh and flesh alt. Okay. And then we would modify the name. This would be Archie Meat. Don't even chat. Just stop.
Break it down, bring it up, overflow and swing his cup. Every beat, every sway keeps the shadows far away.
And then we'll retexture these. And then we have to go into the block states. Oh, it also has a model? Archie what now? So this would need... That might work. The block state.json always points to the model, but if this is set here, then I don't think I'll ever understand coding. Well, I think this links to the default KubeJS block. Unless I need to provide its model as well, which we can do. But it's just a block. I mean, that's basically giving it the directories to be able to function if it needs it. Okay. We can try and restart the pack and see if it all works. If it doesn't, we'll just go to a regular model. We ain't gotta be fancy with it. You need the alt too. Oh, that's right. We do need the alt KubeJS models. I'm assuming it's just a copy. You know, I'll just grab the file from here. Just make sure. It is cool, like, learning how texture packs work. That should all work, I hope. Let's hope. We're gonna have like a couple of textured blocks, but is it gonna be a sky block or no? It can be if you want to play like that. It's gonna have different world types that you can technically choose from whenever you generate your world. If you want a fancy block bench model, you use that model file as base. Okay. I figured out how to like define the model, but I don't, if I do it this way, I don't have to like define any model in here, right? I just override like we just did, technically. override the created block. Okay. No need to define. Okay. It's a big learning process, man. It's taking a minute. I'm just hoping this idea works out. We got to figure out EMC values. I'm gonna lose my mind on that one. Oh my God, look at that. Now, how should we modify? Because I don't want to leave it the same. Definitely recolor it. That's really disturbing that it combines like that. All right, now we can modify the texture. Changes made to this file. No. Cancel. The changes made to that file need to also be made to this file. Images mode. Should we make the eye blink? I bet if we make that whited out. So let's go to image. Let's play with the color a little bit. Minus 25. Oh, the desaturation's really nice. Let's take a look real quick. It's pretty dark. We're gonna have some dark meat in there for sure. A little bit of pink meat and a little bit of yellow. Mostly though dark colors. So it's gonna be like dark meat. might require like an entire.
Swing to the left, swing to the right. Feel the bass hit in the darkness of night. Swing to the left, swing to the right. Feel the bass hit in the darkness of night.
Orange or purple?
Feel the swing in the air, bases jumping high, rhythms everywhere, jazz arms blowing loud, feet just can't stay still, beat drops make me move up and down this hill. Swing, swing, swing and sway. Night turns into day.
Well, it's been a rainy day. Reese, thank you, by the way, for that raid. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome in. Hope you're doing fantastic. Oh, did the original medium? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why is that one in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know why that one's here. Rip. You got a unique chat on. Oh, yeah, probably. Sorry about that. We have the, I don't know, chat strictness isn't too bad in here, but.
Step into the groove, feel the swing in the air, basses jumping high, rhythms everywhere, jazz ones blowing loud, feet just can't stay still, beat drops make me move up and down this hill. Swing, swing, swing and sway, night turns into day, glitch beats follow through, only thing to do. Neon swing, it's wild, heartbeats with the flair, tech and jazz collide, swing us through the air. Baseline hits so hard, makes the body jam. In this dance of life, we don't give a damn. Swing, swing, swing and sway.
We can do some colors here, maybe.
Only thing to do. Jazz ones blowing loud, feet just can't stay still. Beat drops make me move up and down this hill. Swing, swing,
We would need to make sure it's like a gradient curve that is
thing to do.
like that, reflected.
Only thing to do.
And then I do want to make the eye blink. I do. So let's do another layer. We have to apply this layer to this one as well. This is without the eyes. If we do everything overlaid, we can just move one to the other. Also, I want to remove this 1 pixel, which is really off, by the way, in the actual original texture.
electric shock. Glitchy vibes take over me, twisting through this reverie, bound by beats that never rest, movements fast, I'm at my best. Feel the rhythm, magic air, swinging hearts without a care. Time and space, they melt away, swinging beat, here we will stay. Dance, 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 no time left to waste. Swing, 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 to the thrilling bass. Dance, 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 let's turn back the clock. Swing, 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 it's electric shock.
Let's do an adjustment layer. Curves adjustment layer.
Feel the groove now on the floor. Rhythm
Can change up the eyes. So looks like these use this. We can go with like meat eyes. Yeah, we'll make them look like meat Canyon's eyes. Brown. Yeah, they're white with oh, that is so gross. Why am I Googling this?
feel the heat. Dance, 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 no time left to waste. Swing, swing, swing to the thrilling bass. Dance, 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 let's turn back the clock. Swing, 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 electric shock. Glitchy vibes take over me, twisting through this reverie, bound by beats that never rest, movements fast, I'm at my best. Feel the rhythm, magic air, swinging hearts without a care. Time and space, they melt away, swinging beat, here we will stay. Dance, 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 no time left to waste. Swing, swing, swing to the thrilling bass. Dance, 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 let's turn back the clock. Swing, 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 electric shock.
We dehorn the goat before grinding it up.
Glitchy vibes take over me, twisting through this reverie, bound by beats that never rest, movements fast, I'm at my best. Feel the rhythm, magic air, swinging hearts without a care. Time and space, they melt away, swinging beat, here we will stay. Dance, 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 no time left to waste. Swing, swing, swing to the thrilling bass. Dance, 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 let's turn back the clock. Swing, 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 electric shock. Dance and burst for the rhythm, magic air. Swinging hearts without a care. Time and space, they melt away. Swinging beat, here we will stay.
Dang. All right. So we can literally carry this same files over into this texture minus the eyes.
City lights glowing bright, feet tap into the beat, swing into the night, feel the rhythm in the street. Baseline, bouncing high, brass horns cut through the air. Let's dance, don't be shy, feel the groove if you dare. Swing hot beats in my soul, glitch and bass make us whole. Dance floor calls collide. Every moment feel alive.
Here. I want to save the file here. What is it doing? I swear I don't normally have this much problem. Oh my god. Now with this, I should be able to just reload, right? Because it's a texture. I have to reload textures, I bet, though. I'm kind of scared to see what the monstrosity is I just made. I'm scared. Oh, I messed up, didn't I? I wonder if it's because, hold on, is this, does this texture not, it is the same texture. This is the problem. It's the way the gradients are mapped. It's acting like a log with its placements. No, it is based on, it uses the block states file. It's definitely the gradient that's on the thing, but that's fine. We can modify that. I'm gonna turn the gradient off. And let's do the eraser.
Forever sure. Twist and turn through decades past. Modern day with a vintage blast. Musical blend where worlds collide. In this beat, let's take a ride.
It's still gonna be connected between.
Never stop. Feel the groove. Move your soul. In this dance, we lose control.
test it. Yeah. I might have to like cut the like mixes between, even though those should be seamless. It's the edges I think that are rough on the blocks. The eye also is, I think it's the animation on the texture is just not super fast. Oh yeah, that's so much better. No, it's not. It's awful, actually. Where's it getting that super bright final texture? I think it's just the gradient, though. If I do this with, like... If I remove the gradient... I just make it a solid color... The animation will jump from one to the other. You need to think of it as 4 images put together. That is hard to do. Yeah, so this is 1, 2... This is like 3 blocks, right? Like 3 blocks worth. And they jump from one to each other, right? The thing is, I didn't really modify too much other than just emphasizing the veins that were already on this. Man, they have some really good texture artists, though. It's not a slide down, it's a full replace. You can tell it's good because it's freaky, yeah. Oh, man. That's how how's the dev work going? It's going pretty good, Soul Reaper. We're getting somewhere, at least. Definitely getting somewhere. That feels so much better. There's still harsh lines happening right here. So I think what I'm going to do is one last thing. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 16. Okay. God, I hope that's a little bit better. Keep in mind, this is called Archie meat. It should help the harsh lines. Yeah, that's what I'm having a problem with. Crit, thank you for the hydrate. I got water bottles all over the place. I need to trash them. I guess it's a good thing though. Like if you got like water bottles everywhere, like at least you're staying hydrated, right? Throw away my trash can. Keep my office rather clean. Yeah, that's so much better. It was better before, but now it's a lot better. Yeah, it has random rotations. Okay. Flesh block. Done. So this makes Archie meat. Archie meat then gets used in here. Now, I don't know why, what generated here. Do I have a thing in here called medium? I don't even know where it generated that. Gee. I mean, that was our original name for it. I don't know where it... I don't know. Okay. That one's done. Oh, hey, I was just watching the VOD from the other day. I hope people are enjoying that. I haven't checked how that video's doing. I was honestly kind of worried about posting on the main channel, but I was like, man, I bet there'd be some people who would actually enjoy it. It's a slime block. Where did I get that code from? Okay, I will, oh, maybe it's, wait, this isn't even named that anymore. It didn't take my rename. Yeah, it's Archimeat. Archimeat, Archinovu, Architron, Archimorph, Archilution, and Archium. Yeah, these are EMC fuels. Seems weird, but they're EMC fuels. Way too much Arch. Hey. Arch is pretty good. Arch is good. There ain't nothing wrong with Arch. Now to define more values. Okay. So now that we have that fixed, let's load back in. 5 hours and 39 minutes in to today's stream. I feel like it's been nonstop. We'll be streaming tomorrow too. Until this pack is done in a playable state, we will be doing devlogs. This is devlog day 3. Archimeat feels like it should be that EMC stake thing. Oh no, it's a block. Archimeat is a block. And it's made in the mechanical crafter. Be kind of cool if while you're holding it, it rained down a particle effect of meat underneath your feet, like a blood kind of particle effect. Be kind of gross. I'm getting kind of nasty with this. You could do that. You can give it an item effect. Yeah, you can. It blinks on its own. The heart of the deep makes heartbeats, right? Yeah, all the blocks are added in right now, so all we have to do now is just reload the textures when we play around with the textures. This was a fancy one. I don't think the other ones have to be too fancy. It required a lot of work to get this to go. I mean, we could just keep using this same effect on all of the textures. And just... But I don't think I want to. So I want some of these to be static. They should all have custom models. They should. I'll lose my mind. I'll lose my mind. I'm new to this. I also want these to have custom names. These are gonna have like colored names. So yeah, Archie meat made in the mechanical crafter. They get squished, produce Archie meat. What will it be used for? This is this will have an EMC value. This will have an EMC value, so on and so forth. Archinovu. Architron. Archinovu. Architron. Architron gets turned into Archimorph. Archimorph. Gets turned into Archilution. Archilution gets turned into Archium. Archium gets turned into Fading Matter. Give it R's colors. Quite the automation line. That's the idea. And each one of these will give you EMC. So you'll get a little bit of EMC from like your first, but you can continue to get more and more and more, and you're going to need it because when you get to the fading, you're going to realize how much you actually need. All right, this is going to be Arch Nouveau. Should name it Archivo. Feels similar to Mechanical Mastery Pack. It is not going to be similar. Not similar whatsoever. That pack is amazing. Mine will be subpar. Yeah. All right. You said like R's colors. Archivo sounds better. Yeah, I do like the idea of that too. That's something we can change later. Let's get colors going though. Okay, so what we have here is... I want a good block texture to base it off of. I wonder if a radiant... block, maybe? We can maybe start with an Ars Nouveau block. Give us a point of reference. Data. It'd be like a source block, right? Or a mana weave. Mana relay. These are under blocks, right? Under blocks. Block. Mage block transparent. Mage block. Ooh. Yeah, it doesn't even have a color associated with it. We could maybe do like an effect like this. We go into blending options. Gradient. We do a radial gradient. Don't know why it's not centered. Reset alignment. Why is that not centered? Oh, there is no real way to center it, is there? And then we just define our colors. Maybe? We can do it by hand too. Which might be better just to do it by hand. Oh God. I'll put this in a new document. We'll start to overlay. And we'll do each layer, I guess. There's that layer. Hey, the boss, how's it going? Okay, and then next layer. There's that bright purple. It's been a hot minute. Love your videos, man. Thank you. I can really start to tell what colors get used here in this mod. It's almost a green, even though it looks yellow. It's a crazy bright green color. That is a wild looking color. Oh, I did it all in the same layer, didn't I? That's fine. I'll separate these out. We'll make this that black color. All right. I'm actually a YouTube video kind of guy, but I saw the live and I couldn't skip the opportunity to watch. Well, I appreciate that. I wonder if I could use like the Archie meat texture. I would maybe desaturate this. Screen. And then modify the way this affects. Yeah, this seems too much. Hard light doesn't look too bad. I think each one of those textures are going to need a noise file to them. Actually, let's go in here and let's... I can figure out the color for that here in a minute. I don't know. Maybe all the colors combined together, not so great. Maybe it's wrapped in a... That'd be funny if we just did like the meat texture. This one. And then we did this R's overlay on it that was of that R's color. So I'm wondering, is there a file in here that keeps with that theme? Mage Bloom stage, Mage Bloom stage. R's meat. So the mage block is a no. They do something interesting with the textures then. Mycelial source link. I just want to get the color. Source jar, source splitter, source. There's the source stone. Okay. It looks weird. Just don't get me wrong, it is. I don't know what I'm doing. Gradient. How does this not let me see those? Do I have any colors in here that would be... Like an idea for color palettes, look up color cubes. I like the idea of keeping that like fracture in the block. And like it slowly, we can add noise to it every time. So noise, add noise. Not much, like maybe 1%. And then what I want to do is grab my eraser. Let's make the feather a bit more. I think we hit the jackpot. Oh, yeah. We need to make this a little darker. So we'll go... Let's each time say -1. Or maybe reduce its... Let's go to adjustment. Curves. Curves. Yeah, I like that. Oh, let's take a look at this bad boy. Is the pack like the first one you did? Saturday, it's even better. It's going to be even better. Remember, the first one had no goals, had no quests, had no in-game, had nothing. This one has a bit more structure. Same concept. You start with a Project E tablet. Will it be on the next season of Vault Hunters? Yes. Yep. That'll be starting up the 20th. I don't know how we're doing timelines and stuff, but... What do you think? Or maybe we drop the curves layer. Actually, we keep the curves layer, but I... We can do... I think it'd be cool if the red part was kind of glowing and still pulsing. That's something I can't do right now. I just can't do that right now. I just... requires a bunch of texture work. You're sure it's possible to add the animation in the back, but how to do it? You can do it. It's doable. but it's not a priority right now. Okay, that's good. Okay. So there's that. Turns into Archinovu. Honestly feel like I should brighten up this texture. What are we doing? Making custom blocks. Trust the process, yeah. Yeah, we haven't done the recipe stuff. That's be a thing. We gotta first remove all the recipes for things that have recipes, and then we've gotta add them. It's a later chosen problem. Next, Architron. We can go with like a Ludicrite block texture, which I think is fine. Go with a Ludicrite block texture as the base, but still have that thing shining through the inside just a little bit, where it looks like it's cut out. That might be a good idea. Let's try and do that. So this is the Architron. Reactor fluid, cyanite, Ludicrite. Ludicrite, where's it at? All right. There's Archium, Morph, Architron. Architron, okay. Let's first take this, drag it in there as our starting base. And remember, this is getting darker and darker each time. So I'm going to hit it with a burn. And then we will take our file here from Bigger Reactors, Ludicrite block. Okay, and then we will change the color of this a little bit. And then we will go here. Rasterize. I'll do a cutout here. Actually, let's do the cutout here. Cutout here. Cutout here. That looks so weird, doesn't it? That's fine. What we'll do... Noise, add noise. This also, filter, noise, add noise. Thank you for that hydrate, by the way. Let me get a drink. 36M3. Hope you're doing fantastic. I don't know. This is the combination, by the way, of the nitro. No problem. Is there a beta of this mod pack? Not yet. This got it powered up, so it caused a fracture inside. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. So how am I chosen? I'm doing all right. Doing pretty good. Yeah, because this is empowered. Blending options. Cancel. Yeah, I like that. When you're done with the custom blocks, you can send me their textures. You have a crazy idea. Hey, I'm down with that. I can send you all of these docs if you need. Do you need all of the base textures or you need the Photoshop documents? Okay, this would be a cool one to have rotation. Photoshop will be best. Okay. And it needs to sound like something else. Probably like iron blocks or a lodestone, maybe. Ancient debris, netherite, nether ore, spouts, nether bricks. Yes, we're using KubeJS. Don't know what lodestone sounds like. I'm gonna go with metal. It doesn't need to be a slime sound though. Okay, there's that. Now we need to do archimorph, which is the combination of the wither nether and ether gas, diamonds, and pink slime. Make it pink. Anvil will be too heavy, probably. Bro. Stop. I'm trying to think of the base texture. Maybe we can go with the Supreme Machine Frame texture. And then in the inside, we modify it. And it has sides. So this would be a side one. Okay. And we'd have to change the way that our texture defines those. Not a big deal to do. We should be able to handle that. It's literally set up with texture side. And we would need bottom. Oh, actually, we could just use the side alt. No. We just need the top, side, and bottom, right? Side, bottom, top. That's all we need. We don't need this side alt. Side, top, and bottom. Okay. When it comes to the, let's see, we'll do top, side, bottom. As far as a texture path goes, it should be the same as the defaults to KubeJS. So do we even need to provide? Archimorph bottom. I think that's all we have to define here. Oh, but okay, so it defaults, so I should just be able to say this. This one, I don't know if we'll be able to reload. No, we should be able to reload. We have to restart the pack though to regenerate that blocks textures. Okay. And so back in our folder, KubeJS, block models, textures, block, bottom, side, top. Archimorph. I got an idea. Oh, that's right. I need to use this to cut a hole in the bottom of that. There we go. Okay. Here we are.
Another year, another day.
I do like overlay.
Candles on a cake, we say. Everyone come out and play. It's your birthday, hooray. Hooray. Balloons high and streamers fly. Presents wrapped up, oh so sly. Wish upon that starry sky. You're the apple of our eye.
For a bit of softening. The thing is like these, what's the next one? It gets like dissolved. Like this is like it getting contained. I think this though needs to be stretched. These sides I don't care for too much. How long do you plan on streaming for? We've been doing 8-hour streams every day.
Dancing lights on every street. Feel the rhythm, catch the beat. In the sky, our hearts will meet. Dreams of stars, oh so sweet. We could be stars, shining from afar. Just you and me together. Our light will last forever. In the dark we'll glow and gleam. You and me, a perfect team. Living life's wildest dreams. Starlight reigns supreme. Jazz and pop in every tone. Melodies we've never known. In this night we call our own. Underneath the moonlight's dome. We could be stars, shining from afar. Just you and me together. Our light will last forever.
Oh, now. All right, so we're getting there. So there's like a different texture. Like we're slowly encapsulating this thing. This is the top. Yeah, this is the top. We'll do overlay again, except this time I'm gonna grab this. You know what? I kind of liked it without all that. Maybe we can take this texture and somehow apply it to this. Yeah, like that. For the top as well. Maybe we can also duplicate, rotate, who knew I was a texture artist? Who knew? I didn't. All right, let's export that. This is the bottom. This is the top. This is a side. Side. Natural born texture artist. Yeah, who knew? Export. Top. Chosen does it all. Pretty sweet so far. That's the goal. All right, this has to be a full reload for that one to work. Love your streams. Typically, we actually play video games. Future Flash, by the way, again, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. And thank you for the kind words as well. Total Arthur, by the way, I think I missed your Prime sub earlier. Thank you for the 3 months. Nemesis also with the Prime. I know I missed that. It was a while ago. Sorry about that. I get like super hyper focused, and I end up just completely losing track of everything going on around me. While this is loading up, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Be right back. My goodness, still ain't loaded up yet? And here I thought you were a pretty face. Hey. I feel like this is your kind of stream. Games are cool, but if they don't just mix it up, have an end goal, you lose interest. True. All right, let's hope that I did this correctly. Fingers crossed that our block faces are correct and correctly defined. We have a top face, a bottom face, and a side face. And we don't have to worry about what direction it gets placed because it's all going to get placed in. I'm just happy you guys are finding this somewhat entertaining in some way. Watching you build a Minecraft I'll eventually play is nice. True. I mean, I get the same thing. I enjoy watching Darkosto when I get the chance to. Like, and if Generic B was actively showing like their like dev stream days and I had the chance to watch it, I'd be watching it too. Why did it not take? Why is Architron broken? Did I put it on the wrong thing? Oh, no, I did Morph. Architron should be fine. Oh, is it because of the cardinal direction thing? Oh, there's no like face side, and so I wonder if I have to define a face, a side. Is there a face option? No? So why would that one be broken? This one's broken. This one isn't even working. Oh, I did, but I didn't remove the original texture. Archimorph. I can try and reload. No, I'm not using a model file. I'm just defining the side textures for the block. You like to see the goofs and progress? Oh yeah, to make the masterpiece it will be one day. The hope is that it will be a masterpiece. We've broken everything. We've destroyed it. I'm gonna go back and leave Architron. You sent me something on Discord, okay. So essentially we take what you're saying is I need to use the model. Okay, yeah, we can do that here. I was trying not to do that, but I guess we can. I'll get rid of this. And then we will just full on data packet. Supreme. Oh, is it? Oh, do they have... Wait, no. That's transporters. Should be called Supreme Machine Frame, right? Supreme Black Hole Tank. Supreme. Just ignore it and do it the vanilla way. Yeah, but they don't have a Supreme frame. Okay, so I'll have to go in. Okay, let me try it the vanilla way. I'm learning about the vanilla way too. Models, block, and then we create a new text document, and it's Architron. I don't know if I said that. Actually, it's not Architron. Getting things mixed up. Archimorph. And you're saying to use this, but we do cube. This says bottom top, but I should be able to do... What did you send me here? Don't change the parent. Oh, just leave it. Okay. We change here, though. Just make it sure the name matches the file. Okay, so that should work. KubeJS block. And that should be saved. That should work. I don't know if a reload will fix this though. I guess it will because the block exists, right? The faces don't exist that it's looking for, but it should override that. You're saying Trumperuno got shot? From what I see on the news, multiple shots rang out at a Trump rally. Like 9 minutes ago. Says he's fine after being whisked off stage following an apparent gunfire. That's wild. You get shot in the ear? Jesus Christ. Well, people are nuts, man. All right, so we got... I wonder if we have to full reload. Let's fully reload. Missing one thing, the block state. Oh, I gotta do the block state too. Where's their block states at? Because shouldn't it have its block state? I guess mechanical dirt should have the same block state. World's gone crazy? No. The world hasn't gone crazy. We can just see more of the crazy happening due to social media, right? World's always been crazy, man. There's been presidents full on shot and killed. World never changes, just like war never changes, right? The world never changes. It hasn't changed. You're not wrong. Yeah. It's pretty normal. Pretty normal. All right, so this has a sub-facing. So we just need to do KubeJS. And then this will be north, south, west. Oh, maybe this block state actually isn't right. Does it shift? Does it actually? It seems you don't need it. Yeah. Okay, I will. That's what I was about to say. I was like, wait a minute. It's like it doesn't exist. And also the model file doesn't exist either. So I don't know how. I'm not super familiar with that whole side of things. It's like I make videos. I love modded Minecraft. I love Minecraft. But when it comes to knowing the full ins and outs of how to make a data pack, or not a data pack, a resource pack, I know the bare minimum. How to do custom models? Don't know. Learning, but didn't know before this. Just don't let it get to you. You'll become go down rabbit holes. You'll become a crazy one yourself. I think I'll be fine. That's a good point. Do I have an error in my data file? Let's see. Top. I'm missing side. How did you know that? You said there's a guy trying to keep Trump's hair in place as he rushed off the stage. Like we don't know he's bald. I mean, honestly, I care less. But I mean, I remember growing up and seeing ads all the time for men's hair restoration. So they push that crap to make you feel bad. And his whole generation, he was made to feel bad about hair loss. So, understandable. Understandable. Okay, we should be able to reload. Oh, you tried to tell me that? We're watching. The chat knows everything. Oh no. Hopefully this reload works. The hair coders don't want to fool you. They like spending their free time watching others. Hey! Oh, it still sounds like a slime bot. But hey, that doesn't look too bad actually. That should be orange. Yeah, I'll leave it. It's just that one top piece needs to be changed to like orange. Look at the bottom. Everything's going to drain out of the bottom. We still got an issue here. Architron is broken. Now this one I don't understand. Is it because we tried... This one makes no sense to me. Oh, it's because we still have the cardinal in here. And it's looking for the face. Okay. That'll be fixed on next reload. Right, and now... Articulation. And this... Articulation is going to go in here. Will you have custom blocks made by yourself? I don't know if that sounds stupid. That's literally what we're working on. These were made by me. And of course with chat's help. All right, articulation. It's going to be the combination of Endergy stuff, thermal stuff, and sunflower oil. And disillusion chamber. Which will lead us into the draconic crafter. What are the machines going to do? They craft the block? I'm gonna go to sleep for now. Oh man, sleep at my desk. Oh man, thank you by the way, Shift. You've been a lot of help. You have. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. I think at this point I now have like a little bit better of an understanding of how to get these blocks made, and then it's just recipes from here on out. And the recipes will not be too difficult. We've already got the recipe for this made. Just got to rename the item. All of these recipes are already set. We gotta remove the goat recipe. Okay. Thank you. All right. This will be the combination of this. We could maybe use some sort of draconic. Draconic doesn't have the best textures, to be fair, so kind of rough thinking about using this as a block like that. Yeah, I don't think there's any textures in here that would be remotely worth using. Maybe the draconic infused. I'm on this website called Pixel GPT. That seems kind of interesting. There's no way this will be like reasonable, right? There's no way this will do this. And be like good, right? No. It did give me some good colors though. Yeah, it did give me some good colors, interestingly enough. So, if we combine these Ender and Stellar... Actually... We have the Stellar block from Thermal Energy. And we could modify the interiors of that. I love you, ChosenArchitect. How's it going? Dark Prime. Yeah, we could do that. Thermal Energy. And this is the Chosen, what is it called? Archinovu, Architron, Archimorph. This is Archulation. Archimorph we've already made. And then Archium. So we have Archulation and Archium. Love the textures. You just came back after a break. Well, welcome back. Okay. This one still needs some refining, the Archimorph. Assets, thermal energy, textures, block, stellar block. Okay. So we'll go back to this texture now. This one. No, this one. This one. Oh, God. Oh, I'm deleting the wrong thing.
Loved watching ATM.
Glad you enjoyed it. Black Thunder, thank you, by the way, for that tier 1. I appreciate that. For 28 months. Wish my notifications would actually work. All right. And this was Radiant. Let's see if we changed up the color a little bit on that. Adjustments, hue and saturation. I feel like these need to be white. Just like bright white though. This hue and saturation. It's gonna be going into Draconic. Can we get it purplish or orange? It's about as orange as I can get it right there. Orange doesn't make any sense. A rust color. I mean, it's going to be slowly. So the next step, it literally is going into fading away, like fading into a compressed block. Like it's slowly becoming encased. Honestly, it should just be a gray block like this. As I'm slowly but surely reinforcing the casing here. There's the archulation. Kind of like barbed wire. Like this is going to be like it's slowly enclosing our initial block. These all have EMC values as well. I got to keep reinforcing that. Okay. Then we need Archium because this in the Draconic stuff is going to be making Archium, which will lead us into fading matter whenever it's blasted with that. Chosen, I have the exit code 1 when I play Modpacks. Do you know what's happening? Make sure your drivers are updated. And exit code 1, no, it's a generic exit code. Just means that some error happened and it did not report what the error was, and the code basically executes an exit. Some exception was caught, but the exception wasn't doesn't get logged, which kind of sucks. I know a lot of people making sure, if you're on AMD, make sure your graphics drivers are up to date. That's a big issue. Maybe check what launcher you're launching from. There could be a million different things. Better luck if you find the crash log. Yeah, but exit code doesn't always leave a crash log. Yeah, this needs to be darker. Just like overall. Except for the middle. Except for this. This needs to be just darker. Grab and do another noise. And then we'll add, let's add some darker latches maybe. Two there, three from 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. 2, 3, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. 2. 2. All right, and we will add another layer. Filter, noise. We're almost on there, done on this one. Let's add some highlights. I think that looks fine. Export as PNG. Where'd our file go? Oh, that was it. Okay, that might look a little bit better. F3, a little bit more time put into it. You eat the file. Sorry, I was hungry. Hey, stay away from my files. Don't eat my files. Are you changing the item when placed in your inventory? Because it looks cool. Okay. Now this will be fully caged and a much, much darker block. Actually, is there not a... a pre-fading matter block. There's the white matter. Ooh, you know what? There is that like compressed obsidian texture. There's the overlays for that from all the mods. That we can just overlay on top of this. I wonder what that would look like. maybe it's too much. Okay, let's take this file. We're about to jump into another file. All right, we need to take all of this. New file. Bring that into this. Okay. And then let's see. All the compressed. Try lowering the compressed here. True. Assets, compressed, textures. We can play around with all these. Here's what a 9 times compressed will look like. What's interesting, it adds a border around it. Oh wow, that almost starts to make it look like a singularity. Hold on. Let's change this. Adjust. Hue and saturation. That is so close to the draconic color. It looks like a circle. Why does it seem weird? I think I will customize the outer edges though. They are a little too light. I think what I'm gonna do. Actually, we can cap it with like something like that. Filter. Okay, export. Archium. Can't you use a screenshot to RGB value? I can. Yeah, like get a direct one. Taskmaster. Oh, I love how it looks like the last bit of light is seeping out of the middle as it gets collapsed in on. Just to show you, by the way. Remember. First block. And then this gets turned into a fading matter. Okay, yeah. So this crafts that. This crafts that. This has to be reset to be able to see it. This crafts. This crafts a archimorph. This crafts an articulation. And then the draconic crafts the archium. I might make this a bit brighter and this a bit brighter as well. Well, this gets empowered. That's kind of the idea. This gets struck with electricity. I'm actually going to go into here real quick. This one needs modified. Layers. Let's try. Let's see the transition between purple. Yeah, these are custom EMC items. Yellow's such a hard color. It fades into green. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh shoot! I didn't. I wonder if there's a good way to fade that. Can I erase and then do opacity 50? Oh god. 85? 15? Maybe. Okay. Let's try 10%, maybe 5%. 10. I'm doing this backwards. I would need like a purple color, and then it gets faded in. I don't even know how that color would work. Try mixing the types of yellow. Let's try 1. It's so unnoticeable at 1. Actually, you know what? Why am I doing this? Here, that's how your art teacher always said to make it pop. All right, textures, block. What? Let's see, ours. Imbuement chamber. Arcane core. Ooh, the arcane core has it on the top. That's what we could do. What is that under? Particle, sound, mobs, items, GUI, entity. What was it called? Parking core. There it is.
Laughing, dancing all day in the sun we run.
I'll at least be able to get like the textures.
On this joyful birthday ride, feel the love we cannot hide. With you we take our stride. Happy birthday, someone, let the fun begun.
That's interesting colors.
Laughing, dancing all day in the sun we run. Friends around and smiles wide on this joyful birthday ride. Feel the love we cannot hide. With you we take our stride. Happy birthday, someone, let
This song, man.
the fun begun.
This got blurred, didn't it? I'm gonna open this up in a new tab. Because I'm finding this has got to be one of the most off textures we have. Okay, perfect. Okay, interesting. There's our colors. Right there. Mm. That doesn't look right either. I think this is like the bottom texture. Okay, let me add to the selection. All right. What's your thoughts on all the mods 10? I've not played it. Oh, that's why, because I wasn't selecting the proper area. Yeah, I think just using a mixture of these colors is probably fine. I'll just start with a base. There's an ATM 10. Yeah, but it's not updated yet. Like it is update and they're working on more stuff for it, but it's not like a fully fledged finished mod pack right now. Let's see if this works. That looks a lot better, I think. Because that looks meh. Donor Wrap, by the way, welcome in. Sorry, I was super focused on getting this textures done. It's a waste of my time though right now. This has been a majority of the day doing 6 blocks, man. I'm just not made for this. I just want to get these recipes in and then we almost have a fully fledged ready to go mod pack. We just have to do art for the loading screens, some finalization on EMC. That looks so much better. Yeah, I fixed that 1 pixel. Gotta find where this flower texture's at. That's fine. Yeah, we need to change the name, the Archivo. Archivu. So let's do that. All right, there's Archivu renamed. We just have to make sure to rename the texture file for this one. Thank goodness. And then nothing else. Save and quit, and then now when we load back in, all of our textures should be fixed. When do you think you're gonna release the pack fully? I'm hoping by next week. I'm hoping. All right, now we get to work on EMC values. Yippee. And he wanted me to send him those files, so let's go ahead and... I will save all of them. Let's go. Oh shoot, it didn't... Save? I hate that it doesn't go to the same darn directory every time. What is wrong with you? Why can't we just go to the same directory? The slime's kind of nasty. Yeah, we do need to change the block sounds to something else. The original one is fine. Amethyst for the next tier. They start to get, they're going to get thicker. Thicker? And harder. I better, yeah. As they get, okay, processed. What did he say? It goes to the location where you opened. Oh god. Makes sense. All right, I'll send that to Shift. Because Shift wanted to play around with them. Photoshop's closed. Okay, something else has it open. I don't know what that is, but okay. I'll just send them the folder. Let's see, send to... All right. So this one's fine. Slime block. That's amethyst. That's fine. This is metal. The rest of them probably need to be under metal. Archium, maybe something different. Custom sounds. Chains. The final one, it just sounds like a chain. This is a diamond block. Actually, you know what? I think netherite or ancient debris. Ancient debris has a very interesting sound. Frog light. The final one can have ancient debris. Something that sounds heavy. And then a lodestone. For this one. The archimorph is a casing. It may be a shroom light. And then the Nouveau, it having an amethyst sound, I don't like either. Maybe a lantern. I like the sound of a lantern. There's a little bit more thud to it. Shroom light's too organic. Calcite? No, it doesn't have a good thud to it. There's copper. How's the pack going? It's going good. Netherwort? Netherwort has like a crunchy sound. I'll worry about it later. Okay. So let's get this bad boy back up and running. With all of our changes, we now have blocks. And we're at 8 hours, so I want to do all these recipe changes here, but I don't know if we'll be able to. We can at least get things removed, the recipes removed. Deciding EMC values, that's going to be tough. Let me ask it, what would be 6 EMC values that evenly lead up to, or that do 6 EMC values that exponentially lead up to. That way it'll start off a little bit lower and then exponentially go. That seems like it'd be a good way to chart that EMC. Chad, how do I treat a nether wart infection? I need serious medical help for this. Oh man. You should consult your local her. Drink some milk. I'm no her, but I bet if you contacted your her, they'd probably tell you what to do. The axolotl plushie itself needs a lot of EMC. I'm debating on whether or not those things are going to have EMC. I'm still figuring it out. I want them to have EMC. 1 trillion? No, it's not going to have that much. I still am probably going to change that clay. It's not going to be that much. Most of those things have EMC values preset. And I'm sure these numbers will make sense. So. There it is. It's fixed. Could you have the combination of 2 sounds? Oh my god. They all should make that sound. Okay, these 3 should sound like this. But my god, I really like that sound. These 2 need to have the ancient debris sound. Everything else needs to sound like a shroom light. Except for this. I don't know. No, it needs that sound. Everything needs that sound except for these 2. Energize look like a gym. Energize needs some work on the way it looks. Now the flesh block is going to sound like slime. sticky. This nest definitely needs to sound like a shroom. This one, I don't know. Anyways, okay, let's get this cleared. All right. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We just need to figure out, like, what is our base gonna be? This is like 53 million, right? Because, like, the ultimate thing is 1.4 trillion. What does that look like in values? I don't know what that... So it's saying 100. I think we'll start at 500,000. Possibly. Like, this will be 500,000 EMC. Because, right, even with this, that's only... No, that's 500,000. So that's 53 million right there. These might be made cheaper. Actually, no, it doesn't need to be made cheaper. Play definitely needs to be changed. So like this, let's say your starting value, this is probably the most DMC'd thing in the whole list. Let's start at 5. So this is 500 mil. The clay, yeah, clay is crazy. 500 mil. Let's say our starting point for this automation. And I can change that, by the way. That's super easy to fix. So clay. Let's make it more like ×6 clay. And then the diamonds are pretty high too. We can make that ×2. Because it is blocks. Amethyst as well. ×2. Because that is like... We can do ×4 amethyst. Clay ×6, calcite. Do 4. Calcite 4. Iron. I mean, this may need to be changed more for playtesting. We'll figure it out. Copper blocks, that's fine. Diamond blocks definitely needs to be down like 2 times. Okay. There's that plushie. This one, evoker. I'm looking at like base freaking flies, man. Just one gets in this little tiny office. It's a nightmare. Trying to think of a base EMC value to set to these. They're all going to be different, and then that will prove our starting point. We need to find what our highest one is, though. Let's do a slash reload now. Yeah, the idea is that it's worth more EMC, the sum of the crafting ingredients, yeah. Like, I want there to be, like, EMC dupe, right? I want it to feel that way. Okay, so that's a lot better. So 5.9 mil. So let's just say 10 mil, right? This bad boy's worth like 10 mil. Maybe each of these are worth 10 mil when crafted. Let's see, maybe not 10 mil. That's 5.9. I mean, God, I would say 10 mil. I don't know exactly what. Let's see, copper. I would have to do, was it be calculator? I need 1.52 to the power. Two to the power of 3. So that is that don't seem right. Is it to the power of 3 or power of 2? Power of 2. Because that would be like 1 billion. We definitely don't want this. That's total blocks. That's if all the raw cost was there. It would be cheaper. It'd be better if they were processed. Yeah, it'd be... This would be under 1 million. Gold, however, would be double that. Way more than that. One 2 divided by or times 129. That's 13 million. Maybe take this down to 2. What's 2 times compressed gold? 81. So 432. That's 1.4. Okay, so we got like 1 million, 1.5 million, 3 million, 6 million. Okay, I have these values, so I can just actually add these, math these values up. And of course, the values get better whenever you start producing more gold and resources. Okay. So let's get to adding. Plus okay. So we have 1492992 plus 839808 plus 839808 plus 597 million plus 59 plus this is only the axolotl plushie. Yeah. So 10 million. It's literally at 10 million. So it would be a loss if you crafted it without ore duplicating. I'm just going to leave it at 10 mil. I think that's fair. Axolotl plushie 10 mil. Warden plushie. I feel like this is not worth 10 mil. 1 mil. We'll do it. 1 mil. These are more or less task requirements than they are anything. But yeah, if you want to farm these resources by killing the wither, you're good. This one, on the other hand, also, I'm gonna say, it's a mill. It's a mill. Pig plushie. Also a mill. Goat plushie. It's also going to be a mill. Yeah, I gotta remove this recipe. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Wither plushie, honestly, a mill. Everything seems like fine starting point with a mill. Dragon, this one bit more. This one's a pain. This one definitely more than a mill. So if we have 9 and this is 10, this will get us at that'll be 8. So this one being 20 mil or 2 mil. If everything else is 1 mil. $17 mil plus dragon. You only have to craft it once. That's the thing. You only have to really make this once. So the lower the EMC, the less you have to do it. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, maybe we should make this 3. How much is the honey blocks? I didn't actually do that. It's 720. 720 times 4. Times 48. That's not much. Yeah, not much. It's not that bad. Can you make the text of the axle auto green, or is it all of these can be changed? We can change them to any color. I do want to change the block name colors. I feel like the B is definitely up there on expensive because of the royal jelly alone. You can't craft without that royal jelly. So we're setting it just needing something else to be 2 mil. right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Change this to 2 mil. The pig plushie seems cheap for the ingredients, or is it just you? I mean, 1 million EMC is not a lot. I think it's fine. It's all the crafting operations that you have to automate, and that's what I want people to do. I want people to, if somebody wants to use a pig plushie and automate all these foods, by all means, do it. Do it. I want to see it done. This is all to make the meat. Okay. So now that I got that done, now we have a starting point. This is 20 mil, right? 20 mil. Let's say when they're all crafted together, 20 mil, let's start at 100 mil. 100 mil. Oh wait, should any of these have EMC? I'm thinking about this. Because then, no, you have to have the EMC to pull them back in. So if it is more, my ideology for this is falling apart. You still have to have it for the final process. Unless it's equal, we're not wanting it equal. No, the max block will have EMC. Maybe the plushie shouldn't have EMC. But then I don't have them all set up to be automatable. Or maybe this doesn't have EMC. I want people to have a reason to do this. And I want them to be easy enough to jump through hoops to do this. Okay. Let's say this is 20 mil. This is 30 mil. 50 mil? 50 mil. So this is saying that this should be set to 50 mil. Let me think real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So we'll start with this one being, that is 50 mil. This will be a big upgrade. That's why I said these numbers will feel minuscule. That immediately jumps to 250 mil. This jumps to 1.2 bill. Honestly, the hard part is getting the meat in the first place. Believe me. Then 6 bill. If the plushies have EMC, then the crafting recipe is an EMC dupe. That's the goal. That's supposed to be the goal. This is a replacement for the watch my EMC grow flowers. I got to keep remembering that's what these are for. These are to replace the watch of flowing time, or not the watch of flowing time. These are to replace the power flowers. Yeah. So your ultimate goal would be to automate all of these. And this is why it's ramped. So this is only in the billions, right? So this is only in the billions. The next tier puts you into the trillions after you've done antimatter. And you can't get to the trillions. And it wouldn't even matter even if you got to the trillions. So I think I'm going to end up removing... I still think I'm going to end up removing this recipe, making this the only way you can get the faded matter. Because is faded matter, it's used in this. No, actually, I don't want to remove that. It still equals, that still equals a trillion. So I guess, like I said before, if you want to go through the crafting rabbit hole and skip the final step of using antimatter, you can. I'm honestly, I'm gonna say go for it, I guess, because this is a crafting rabbit hole, but it's doable. I could remove EMC values from them. That's actually a good idea. Yeah, creative blocks is what we lead into. Making the final shard. Creative. What about the other crafts that use those things? I'll just remove the EMC value. Yeah, that's something we can do. But we would only remove the EMC value from these fuels maybe, or the matter balls. Probably both. But only in this tier. Only in this tier.
We could be stars, shining from afar. Just you and me together. All light will last
Project
forever.
expansion matter.
Glow and gleam, you and me a perfect team. Living life's wildest dream, starlight reigns supreme. Jazz and pop in every tone, melodies we've never known. In this night we call our own, underneath the moonlight stone. Oh, oh, oh.
Now doing this is probably going to remove the EMC value on the fading matter. I don't, oh, there's the actual value. Okay. I'll just be sure to re-add that value. So 1046. Such a big number. 665. 519. 104. Will it keep on deleting the value? No. The way I have everything set up, no. These also don't get changed, right? Yeah, no, because these don't require anything. Yeah. We can always add it back. It'll regenerate if I do not add it to this list. So interestingly enough, if you haven't seen, so I have a event that is just to remove EMC. It adds a tag on these items to remove the EMC values. And then that gets pulled into the EMC list. The Project E folder, which has custom mappings, and this one line is what removes everything. Everything else is adds. I could set tags to add EMC values like one by one, like in bulk, but we don't have anything that really needs to be added in bulk like that. We can also add EMC values by tags. All right. Okay, let's re-add faded matter. We need to add EMC to covalence dust. All right, let's add that EMC value. This is a huge number. Hi, or should I say hi? Thalber, how's it going? There's that trillion value. By the way, this is 64 and then iron is 256, right?
Echoes of the past, mixed with sounds that last. New meets old tonight, rhythms take their flight.
Is this even possible to get this outside of just it just being 1? 256 plus 64 divided by 40? 8. Oh. I'm gonna have to go through a lot of EMC values tonight. I can already tell. Because there's a lot of things that we are going to have to mess around with. You hear a can opening, but you're not drinking anything. It's confusing you. Oh, I'm sorry. That is a reminder to, yeah. My bad. All right, now anything that uses this should have an EMC value. That, so long as like the matter and what have you, else also has EMC. Like the repair talisman. Why is there 2 repair talismans? I don't know. All right. So I've got a few more things left to do. See, we need 4 of those to make this. So like I said, you can still craft up to this. You're just gonna really hate doing it. Different string being used. Ah, okay. Maybe something needs a tag then. Does this not have a Minecraft string tag? Or strings, yeah. Now you see the real solution is just make everything 1 EMC. No. As much as I would love to do that. Okay. So this recipe, to add this one, to add this recipe, let's go into mods, ours, and then KubeJS, assets, config, data, data, Ars Nouveau. And we just need the crafter for this. For now. It's not, no, it's not going to be a skyblock pack unless you want it to be. You can, there's a couple of different modes you can choose. Okay. Bud conversion. Budding conversion? Arcane pedestal. These are all recipes. Summoning ritual, scry, totems. They don't have these in a folder. Budding amethyst. Oh, this is where you could add custom budding, which I think it's automatically done with Ars Energistics. Dispel entity. Scry. Summoning ritual. Alex. Oh. Where is the... Holy smokes, it's in here somewhere. Source stone. Ritual. Okay, what's something, let's see. What's something in ours that requires you to do this? Enchanting. Any enchanting stuff. Yeah, enchanting. Am I missing it in the file? Enchanter's Eye. There's efficiency. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here. Like efficiency 5. Ah, here we go. Ars Nouveau enchantment. It's specifying specifically enchantment. And then source cost. I'm assuming that puts it under the enchanting tab. The armor, enchanting apparatus. We just need enchanting apparatus. What was this? There was something. There it is. There we go. That's Ars Energistics. Warp scroll. Oh, look at that. Warp scroll copy. It's the copy one. All right, give me a second, chat.
Step into the night where the stars are bright, dancing on the street, moving to the beat. Hearts are swinging free in this melody. Feet are on fire, rhythm taking us higher. Swinging love tonight in the most soft light. Feel a jazzy vibe. Come on, let's jive. Baseline never stops. Beats
All right. This one should work. Keep MBT repeat. Well, maybe not. I want just a blank template that doesn't have anything crazy. This is added from Ars Elemental. Is there anything from Ars that utilizes source?
round and round we go, moving fast and slow, swinging love tonight in the most soft light. Feel a jazzy vibe. Come on, let's jive. Yeah.
But let's look at a splash. No. Yeah, I don't think there's anything. I think it's just the armor stuff. Chanting apparatus. This is like its own tab.
Beats and bass unite in this neon light. Round and round we go, moving fast and slow, swinging love tonight.
Enchanting apparatus is the type.
Feel a jazzy vibe. Come on, let's jive. Oh, let's jive. Baseline never stops. Baseline never stops. Beats
Why not check Ars Elemental? I don't have, I mean, because I'm gonna keep it in this folder. Okay. So I'll take this. Just needed to get my example. Okay. Oh shoot, it was in here. All right. So, with this, I think it's 8 items, right? 8 items on this. I'm assuming we can add even more, but let's take a look at the items. Okay, so this is the pedestal items. This is the item that goes in there. Right? Or did I grab another bad example? It requires efficiency. Look at a normal recipe. Yeah, that sucks because where's it at? I see the source cost. Oh, I see. No, I don't. Level 5. Minecraft efficiency is its item it's generating. I see now. Let's do Ars Elemental, since it had some good examples. Open with WinRAR. Okay. Recipes. These had values, right? Yeah. Mark of Mastery. That's probably the best one to use, right? Ars Elemental Mark of Mastery. Okay. Here's the Mark of Mastery. I want this to be 8. This is, that's 10,000. That's one bucket, one full container, right? I think so. I'm just gonna leave it for right now. When we go to do testing, I'll figure it out more. I think I want it to cost 8 containers of source though for this. Okay. Here's the item that we get given. This is the amount, which will be 1. There we go. That's what I needed. And I think just about everything is there, right? Probably want to replace this with the mark of mastery. Yeah, that's funny. This is exactly the same recipe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I just need this one item then to change this. I just need to change this one line. And then the reagent, which is this. And then the output item that seems fair. So I've got to do this for a lot of these recipes, but I should have most of these done tonight. And then tomorrow will be definitely final polish of this pack. I think by tomorrow we will have final polish of this pack. I love that, like the mark of mastery's wrapped around it. We'll change the source value too. I don't know what 8 will do. When we go to test, we'll find out. I'll put it to 8 though for right now. How are you pronouncing the name of that block? This one? Archivo? Right? It's Archivo. This is Architron. Archivu. Yeah, Archivu. Archivu. Sorry, Archivo, Archivu. Energizing orb.
Dance all night, feel the vibe, swinging beat, take flight, energy pure, come alive, deep, hits the
I feel like we should have another item in here.
rhythms hot, floors of fire, burn it up, going high,
That'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
feel the groove, moving forward, swing it in the air, swing everywhere. Jump and jive, spin around, swinging hard, feel the sound, hearts ablaze.
Oh, I really want to have that in there, but I think that's not too much. Gas burning generator, maybe? Holy smokes! The bar! Thank you for gifting that sub to Derp. Derping to... It switched lines. Derping to is here. Goodness. Thank you for that. I think it'd be pronounced like your name is. Archivu. Not gonna lie, this mod hits on so many mods. Yeah, this is a goal. What do you think? Gas burning generator, maybe? Or
Bass drops deep, hits the core, move your feet, can't ignore, rhythms hot, floors of fire, burn it up, going higher. Swing, hop, sway with the beat, feel the groove, moving feet, glitch, swing, yeah, in the air, meal swing, everywhere. Meal swing, everywhere. Meal swing.
make it require... Goofy ass song so far. I feel like this item produced by a blazing igniter and used in blazing generator. Or Endergenic generator. Which one? The one for the blazing rod or the Endergenic needs to go in here? I feel like this never gets done. It's a very special blaze rod. You're a new supporter of the channel, and I wanted to ask if you're going to start a new pack soon, or will you focus on this new project? I am going to be finishing this pack, and then I'll be playing this pack. I think that'll be fun. And this is a good perspective with me uploading these to the main channel. It's a good perspective of how much actual time it takes me typically behind the scenes to make a mod pack. And that's not even accounting for keeping it updated. every week or every so often and making sure nothing breaks and so on and so forth. It's a lot. We're pushing like 40 hours into pack, over 40 hours already into this pack of just developing it. Yeah, I get to try what I make. That's the fun of it. Yeah, true. All right, energizing. Any of these is fine. Let's do uraninite. Uranium to uraninite. No. One of them's got to have the good template. Oh, there it is. Okay. Any of these will work. Nitro crystal will work. There we go. Perfect. We'll do that one. Okay, Architron. All right, so this will go here. This will go here. This will go here. Okay. Energy cost. That is definitely going to be more than the power. That's for sure. We can make it like 2 billion. Inventory, hand. This is 20 million. What's max? There we go. We'll play on that. We'll play on max int. I don't think it uses integer values. It might actually use integer values. Should we do one less than max int? One less than max int. Try one more? No, I better not. It'll flip into the negatives. See if it breaks. I don't think it will. I bet they use a float here. Or something. I don't know. They've worked ways around it. Be wrong. ATM 9 drops at -1. I still think this is the funny number. We'll stick with it. Have you dabbled with Bedrock Modpacks? Heck no. I don't even want to touch Bedrock. It makes me sick. You can't put a torch in your offhand, and it just drives me nuts. It drives me nuts. I feel for those who have to play that. I do. Man, it's rough. Ooh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, we have room for one more thing. We can add one more thing to that. What should we add? Like a power byproduct? Gold speed boots? The intergenic generator? That is something we could definitely do. Actually, I know what we need to do. I know what we need to do. Oh, yes. I know now. Yes. Even if you don't have to get it applied, you still are going to have to make it. For power storage mods, wild. And you don't even need a whole lot to get into it. Change the count. Oh yeah, is it giving me more? That's right. Chosen, change the count. You guys catch everything. Why? I shouldn't get 16 of those? One 4K cell is huge. Yeah, the one I made was in like ATM 9 to the sky was like I was insane. I was like holy smokes, how much is it gonna store? Because I think it stores like infinite power like at some point. Are you tweaking the pack? Yeah, right. We made all these blocks. These are all custom progression blocks. They're also buildable though, like you can place them down and I should make it the first in the list. Okay, now it's first in the list. They're much more useless than normal power. I was using it wrong when I showed it in that video, so I'll show it better in this playthrough and use it a bit more. Because I didn't show how you use it. On the exporters, you actually have to export the power out of the exporters. So yeah, you can just slap it, but you can actually export the power from the exporters and import the power from the importers. And I thought you couldn't send power out of the importers or exporters. You have to like select that you want to export with your whitelist out of it. So, something to note. All right, the rest of this, it's all going to be data pack stuff. I'm going to do this tonight. I'm going to get the rest of it done while I'm chilling and hanging out with my wife. And I'm going to eat dinner here in a minute. It's already 8:40. I've been live for 9 hours. So hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. We got a lot done. We got custom blocks made. We got progression defined all the way up to creative items. I just have a lot of recipes I got to make. And then tomorrow we can do some refining. 9 hours? Geez, yeah, it's very long. I'll probably be back live tomorrow too. If we're going to be back live tomorrow. So be on the lookout. All right. I don't have anything to make a video on. I want to get this done and then I'll make videos on it when I get it done. Instead, the devlogs will end up going up on the main channel. Thank you, whoever is watching this for 9 hours long. Wow. But thank you for watching it on the main channel. I don't expect everybody to do that, but yeah. Anyways. All right, chat. Let's find somebody to raid. Let's see who we got. I love these blocks, though. The fact that we were able to texturize our own blocks, we did it. Oh, it's so good. So good. Even though I still feel like I'm stealing that texture. I mean, I technically am. We'll see. It's a placeholder for right now. Who do we got that's live? Soren's is getting Psycraft ready for Forgecraft. All right, let's raid Soren. All right. Looks like he's working on Psycraft stuff. Like he's talking about coding stuff. I have no idea what I'm doing. Soren knows a bit more. I don't have a clue. All right, chat. I do appreciate you though. And of course, I will see you in the next stream. Thank you all for all the support today. It's been a blast. Thank you for all the help. Those who helped me. I appreciate you. I'm sure it's fine. It's just copy coding, copy and paste. Copy and paste. That's true. But art, I don't feel like is that way. All right. Thank you all so much for watching. Let them know where you came from. Chosen's crew has chosen you. Here's the links in chat. My bot's actually not alive, so I've been going this whole stream without my bot alive. I'll wake my bot up real quick. Check out the links. Give Soren a follow if you haven't already followed him. He said he's prepping up for Forgecraft. It's gonna be kind of fun too. Rip the bot. I know. Poor bot. All right, bot. Are you awake yet? All right. Well, bot is not awake yet. Now bot's awake. There we go. All right. There we go. All right. And Chosen's crew is chosen you. Not much time left. Copy and paste it. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. I'll see you guys. Thank you so much. And as always, thanks for watching, guys. Bye.